We should be live.
You are?
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of Virtual Greyhawk Con. I am your host for this morning session, Rob, Phantom, NJ. And, if you are joining us this early in the morning, first of all, thank you to my players for joining us this early in the morning. 491 Phantom, good to see you, sir. I'm going to go without further ado to join the group that I have assembled with me this morning. Because, well, you all got up so early in the morning. You deserve it. It's been a long couple of days already. I hope you've all had a heck of a lot of fun playing in your previous sessions. And thank you, first of all, for signing up for this particular game. Um, a couple of things. First of all, this is actually the kickoff for my Ember of Empires campaign, which is going to take place in the Kingdom of Nyrond and some of the surrounding areas, but mostly related to the Kingdom of Nyrond at the moment. And you are all the first players in it, and the characters that you have, you are welcome to continue using them in future adventures. I will be reaching out at various points to, uh, you know, see availability for future games. It's going to be periodic cadence. It's not going to be a regular, like, I'm not looking to do a weekly thing. Um, a couple of things that I should mention. We are instituting a system for the purpose of this game. We are not using crit tables. I have not decided yet whether or not I like crit tables for this. However, unlike base CNC, which has no crit rolls, we will be doing crits. It's going to be full damage. Plus, you roll whatever your damage die is again. Uh, that being said, we will have a situation in place where people can help the players and, well, potentially the castle keeper. But I'm hoping they're mostly going to help the players. Where, much like if you've watched Lord Gazumba's stream, we have both hero points and special hero points. Hero points, regular hero points will allow you to add, a point before your die roll, and so if you have a save that that you really need to make, and you want to, lessen what you're going to need to hit that, great. Just tell me the hero points that you want to add. If you have any, and we can do that. Special hero points are a different matter. Special hero points can be used after the die roll. One nice thing about special hero points is that if you roll a 19 and you want to use a special hero point to knock that up to a, if you have a special hero point available and you want to knock that up to a 20 and make it a crit, you are more than welcome to do that. If you fail, you fail a check by 1 and you want a special hero point to make sure that you don't fail, more than welcome to do that. I'll let you know if that's the case, if that's what you need. Because I am a kind castle keeper, all of you are starting off with one regular hero point and one special hero point. So even before that happens, you're each going to get one. And also, one other thing that I'm doing, if you have 5 hero points, regular hero points, you can convert that to a special. So I have my trusty little board here that I can mark off when you each, have one. And as you're using them. So without further ado, let's go and introduce our players. And what I'd like you to do is, if you want to tell me a little bit about yourself, or tell everyone a little about yourself, and tell everyone about your character, maybe what your character's motivation is. You're all going to be part of new members kind of minted members of an adventuring group. Um, and you've been sent on your being sent on your first mission together. But we'll talk about that in a bit. But talk a bit about your character and kind of what their motivations for joining an adventuring guild or just adventuring in general. And I will be referring to you mostly by your character names, just because uh, things become word salad. Your character names are on the overlay, and that makes my life easier. So let's start with, we'll go in alphabetical order. Let's start with Alistair. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Hans. Fantastic. Good morning, Keith. Good to see you this morning. Next up, we have Lagamundo. All right, nice. Next up, we have Leaf. Excellent. All right, next up, we have Sal. Okay, and last but certainly not least, we have um, we have Thraskin. All right, excellent. So, one thing that I would add, good morning, Taryn. Good to see you this morning. We do have two giveaways this morning. They are from Trollord Games. They're $10 gift certificates. My players, you are more than welcome to enter. Um, I'm trying to figure out, is anyone getting messages from the bot with regards to the giveaway? Because I'm not seeing them, and I'm wonderful. And it's funny. I'm not even using Streamlabs. I'm using Stream Elements, and like my timers do not appear to be going off, which is fantastic. So anyway, to enter the giveaway, let me, since it's not going to help. Let's do this. The good news is I do see some people have entered already, and it is reporting that Nightbot at least is working. So perhaps I should just like use Nightbot for all my timers. That's fine. I can figure that out later. The joys of running a stream by yourself and doing it early in the morning. Okay, so I had mentioned the fact that you had all joined an adventure. I apologize to anyone who is expecting this to be the Carlos Lysing adventure when it comes to Witching Hour. That was an amusing things get in your head, and I had actually signed up to play in a friend's game. Those of you who know Wily Hobbit, while we were at GaryCon, he actually ran the adventure, and I needed something witches related, and came up witching hour, and I was like looking for something pithy to name it. And I completely spaced on the fact that I had signed up for the adventure when it comes to witching hour back in GaryCon and named the adventure. And much to my horror, uh, it became a thing when Carlos saw it on stream. So I spoke to Carlos, let him know that no, that I'm sorry, that is not what I'm doing. However, we are using a piece of Carlos Lysing lore. For those of you who are on his Patreon, the party is actually new members of an old adventuring company that has basically been reformed. The Company of the Sundered Shield. Uh, the Company of the Sundered Shield is one of the original, or one of the oldest known companies, guilds in the Kingdom of Nyron. Currently operating out of the city of Ragby on the southern end of Nyron. So you've all basically been spending some time down in a port city, while you're waiting for your first adventure. Um, And so it was, the a request came in for aid from a small fishing town in the southwestern corner of Nairon, uh, the fishing town of Pellis, not found on any of major maps, but it's a small fishing village on the Duntide River. Most notably, the village is also just basically a hop, skip, and a jump from the Nat Marsh. The Nat Marsh is possibly, potentially infamous in the history of Nairon for known to have housed witches that had taken refuge there. Uh, there were some shenanigans that occurred where um, the queen of Nairon had fallen ill, and a cousin of the king had gone into the Natmarsh seeking help, came back with a cure, um, and there's been some questions as to um, whether the witches helped, hindered. They say she was not the same when she returned from her journey to find that help, but she was adamant that the threat of the witches was real, and adventuring companies in the past had gone and sought evidence, but were not able to actually locate the witches, so it was believed that maybe they had moved on to the threat. Now, word comes of uh, some of the menfolk having uh, basically rage issues. They've been doing journeys into the swamp partially for some catching some of the vegetation there, even doing some hunting. It's not their favorite place to go, but there is some animal life in the swamp that uh, the townsfolk will do eat, but they're worried that, well, something has befallen them as they've been going, and the guild has been asked to send aid because of the profile of the swamp itself and the potential for the guild to reestablish itself well. Uh, Leadership was more than happy to send a party, and so you find yourself on your ways there. So we're going to start. You've been on the road for um, actually probably the better part of a week now, um, and so let's start with, how about the party? Give me a bit of an idea how you're feeling about things at the moment. Excellent. You are coming up on the fishing village of Pellis. Um, Activity in the village. It's been not the worst journey. There's been some rain coming off the coast. At times, it's been a little wetter than you'd prefer, but nothing terrible. Uh, you make your way inland a bit at the end, heading off the main road towards the fishing village, and activity in the village seems to be more or less what you would expect. You can see beyond the initial set of buildings, the Duntide River. It's not exceptionally wide at this point, and one thing that you note is most of the village is on this side of the river. You do see a bridge crossing the river. Um, the swamplands, the foliage of the swamplands, you see a bit in a different distance across the other side of the river, but it at first you know it's there, but it looks mostly more foresty than swamp at this point. The river itself is not exceptionally fast moving. It the waters look pretty calm. Um, you do see small fishing boats on piers at the river's edge. There are townsfolk moving about. Um, and as they see you enter, as they see you approach the town, you do get some. Oh, hey, look, Stream Elements started working. Um, Yay! Uh, so you you do you do see people milling about. Uh, One thing that you do note is there do not seem to be any. Actually, no. Let's do this. So see what you notice. Um. Actually, let's go. Here's the first question. What are you all doing for a marching order? Because that's probably important in general. Um, you know something? You are on horses just because of the length of the journey. Though it was requested by guild leadership that you do not put the horses in any serious danger if you can. Uh, we the guild is looking to make a name for themselves, but it will not help if the guild goes broke while trying to fund these adventures. Um, you all have been outfitted with backpacks containing everything an adventurer could possibly need. So that at no cost to you. So they do ask that you keep the horses out of danger, but using them for traveling. Uh right now the road is definitely wide. Oh, they can't hear player voice. Well, thank you. I'm so glad you said that, Taryn, because I probably should have checked that. Um, do me a favor, somebody please speak and let me find out why. Yeah, why didn't I think to grab that? Hold on. What? All right, so yeah, it would help if I'd added the actual. Go ahead now.
Testing?
Testing.
Hello.
Black coffee, no sugar, please. Thank you.
Same here.
I added like a whole bunch of audio inputs, and the one thing I forgot to add was the Zoom input.
Yeah, you're working now. You can
All
hear
right,
everyone.
so I'm gonna need to when I do actually switch screens, I will need to remember to make sure that you are added to that one as well. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Which means
So,
everybody
at least
missed
we
your
know
wonderful
who everyone
character
is. No one else
introductions.
does.
If we're on foot, I don't mind going ahead on point, but if we're on horseback, I'm not going to be the leader type. I'm just going to be the silent hang back type.
I'll take the lead. We go south till it stinks and then west till we hit the village.
Wait, I just left a cesspit of a city and now it's a cesspit of a swamp.
Yeah, well, the stinks come from the country, you know.
I'll take a second to the lead.
All right, so I've got
It's
Lagamundo,
ridiculous.
Leif, Alistair, Thraskin. Are you bringing up the rear?
Yeah.
All right, so
I'll go ahead of Chris or Thraskin.
okay.
And Sal will be right ahead of Hans.
All right, excellent.
Rob, I have one more hit point than your spear double damage killing me this time.
Oh boy. So let's see. Lagamundo, give me a wisdom check.
Oh, wisdom check coming up. It is not prime, but I got a 19.
Oh,
What do you
excellent. As you're basically leading the party into the village, along the what really operates is pretty much you notice that there's like one main road. You end up almost going from southeast to northwest. You note that there's basically really one main road. The village is not all that large. If there is, there may be 20 structures in the village proper total. On at least on this side of the river, you do note there are four somewhat large structures on the other side of the river. All four of those structures are on either side of the one bridge crossing the river. The largest of structures on this side is also basically just south of the bridge. As far as things that you note, the one thing that strikes you is you don't notice any children about. It's the middle of the day. It is a star day. The fall season is in full bloom. We've just passed Brewfest. You would kind of expecting to be seeing at least smaller children around, but there's no sign of them. Adults milling about, some paying attention to you, at least their heads moving up, but other than that, it just seems to be all adults at the moment.
This seems like an evening in Hamburg in the Oktoberfest. I don't understand where the Kinderkinder are.
Yeah, not a lot of rugrats around here. Parents probably have them out walking in the fields or wherever they do in this place. Well, I suppose we should find some place to hole up. I mean, sleep.
Hey, Robert, were we given any information from the people who hired us with regards to a contact or no?
As far as contact, the one name that you have is the mayor or the mayor of the town. His name is Fen, but the message was sent on behalf of the town council.
Besides
right.
the bridge and the fishing boats, is there any sign of any type of a raft or a ferryman?
Yes, actually, you note as you make your way further, you note on the north side, past the north side of the bridge, uh, you see what appears to be more of a ferry type structure. There's a pier and what probably is best described as an oversized raft.
Is it large enough to hold horses then?
Not all of them.
I thought you said there was a bridge crossing.
There is
the
there
river.
Yeah,
is a
there was
bridge.
also the bridge, just in case, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And one thing that you note is you don't see anybody currently manning the raft. There is a small structure, uh, possibly not maybe not so much as an office as some place for somebody to take shelter in weather, but you're not seeing anybody down by the raft itself.
I'm gonna and just as a matter of kind of background, are we going into a swamp essentially, like a big marsh?
You're expected that, let's put it this way, you don't know for certain at this point. You're just trying to get an understanding of what the situation is, but the swamp itself, the Nat Marsh, is definitely a concern, because of the history of the place, because of the rumors of potential witchcraft, and because you have a situation here where people, the understanding of what is happening to some of the menfolk is less than clear. It was more of a cry for help, kind of led on the details. Just please help us.
and because of all the damn gnats, right?
Well, the only reason I'm suggesting is maybe we should stable the horses somewhere for if we know we're gonna go, you know.
Yeah, let's find
Um,
if there's an inn or something.
yeah.
The closer
Yeah,
you get, to the center. I'm sorry. Who was? I didn't want to cut anyone off. Go ahead.
Sounds like you were going in the same area. I was going to say, look for an inn near the center of town or the crossroads.
As you get further into town, you note that the large structure just to the south of the bridge on this side is in fact an inn. And it the inn's name, you can see the sign at some point, and they're really creative around here. It's just called the Salty Fish. Uh, Actually, there is one other interesting thing that you note. There appear to be two men standing on the near side of the bridge, uh, facing the town. One, basically one on either, uh, one on the southern end, one on the northern end, um, of the bridge. You get the distinct feeling that they're guarding the bridge.
How
But-
far are we from the ocean if we're on the river here?
The ocean itself is. You know something? I really probably should pull up that
I mean,
map
since
because
it's the salty fish, I assumed
Quick.
it was ocean
Quick.
front or something.
it's always fun questions that you don't that you weren't expecting, and I am here for it.
I'm sure there's a salty fish in Nebraska, so
Well, yeah, they just literally salt their fish. Okay, it's not necessarily ocean fish. Okay.
We'll head to the salty fish.
Do the villagers seem to be acting like normal villagers, or are they acting strangely in any way?
Um, give me a wisdom check.
I rolled a natural 20.
Nice.
Um, yeah, you know, it's interesting. Some of them like look up and then just like kind of give you a curious look, but then look away. Some of them you feel their eyes just kind of following you as you head further into town. Ray Tails, thank you for the follow and welcome. Um, it's not, you're not getting suspicious vibes. More like a group of people who are, some of whom may not be used to strangers at all. Some who find your appearance curious, and uh, one or two just seem to be extremely interested in in you, whether it's because they're not used to strangers, or you have, basically you're pretty well outfitted party, all things considered. Um,
I'll
and
just nod and give a polite smile as we go by.
a couple of them, nod, and some of them are just give a slight nod. Some of them are, are a bit more effusive with their gesture and watch you go past.
They're probably not used to seeing dwarves and elves, and I mean it's probably a predominantly human town, correct?
Actually, yeah, you do note that does seem to be a relatively very human town. Um, Regarding the question, you're actually some distance at this point from the ocean. Over the last 2 days, the last 2 days, you were headed more inland. So while the inn may be the salty fish, it's not because of the salt water. At least as far as you know.
Push forward to the end then.
I look at the villagers and think, yeah, you too, buddy. I don't like you much either. Think I want to be in your crappy little village?
I will
I
offer.
suggest. I'm going to suggest that we maybe find a place to stable the horses and maybe get a little bit of intel from the villagers about where we need to go specifically, and what they've seen, so you get a little bit of firsthand knowledge. Maybe have some beers, get into a bar fight if we really need to, but then maybe get on our way.
As you get closer to the structure that you've noted as the salty fish, you do see that one of the smaller buildings close to it looks to be stables, and based on proximity, is probably stables for the inn itself.
There first.
I'll approach and I'll ask if they have a service where they can keep horses for some days.
A young man, possibly the youngest person that you've seen so far. He looks to be a lad of maybe 15. Comes up with kind of wide-eyed as he stares at the lot of you. Welcome. Can I stable your horses for you?
Yeah, that's what we asked for.
You wide-eyed young man. Of course, you can stable the horses. Yeah. What is your rate for the stabling of the horses?
It's 5 copper a day per horse. That includes feeding, and I'll groom them myself.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
Yes, very reasonable. I'm gonna go into my my pack, and I'm going to see that I have 10 gold. And I'm going to there's 100 copper in 1 gold piece here, right? Is that right?
You're gonna buy the town.
Okay.
Hey, whoa, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, let's see if we can get this Fen guy to cover our expenses. I don't think he's collecting the money. Are you a young man?
Well, I mean, I usually do, but you wish to speak to Sven? That may be a problem. Hold on.
Thought his name was Fen. You
Fen,
maya?
yes, Fen. No, Fen is he's not here. I think for now you want to speak to his wife, Nadira.
Did you say Nadira?
Yes.
All right. Sort of one horse town is this? The mayor ain't even here. All right, thanks, kid.
Leaf actually approaches the staple boy and grabs him by the shoulder, and he says, "Show some spine, child. What lays beyond the bridge? Is it travelable by horse?"
Travel by horse. I mean, you could, but I wouldn't. I like horses too much, and things get a little scary on that side. I found playing over there not to my liking as much once I understood what dangers I was in.
What dangers lay beyond the bridge, child?
All sorts of strange creatures. Flying things and crawly things and snakes. There's snakes. I don't like snakes. Snake bit a friend of mine once, and we just got him back into town in time.
He
was
looks him in
bad.
the eyes and he says, "You have nothing to fear from nature. If you don't find a way to overcome it, that is where the fear will come from." And walks away from the child.
I walk up to him and say, "Be afraid. Be very afraid of nature." I walk away from that horse like I never expect to see it again.
That's my expectation as well.
That may be true.
I walk up to the kid and I say, "You should be both afraid and unafraid of nature."
Really confuse him. Like mess with his childlike mind.
This kid's gonna be like Morty when we're done.
Where would we find Nadira?
You come to the right place. She runs the inn.
Oh, she does. Okay, wonderful.
I do some quick stretches to get rid of the funk that damn horse put me in. Man was not made to sit on a beast for days on end.
Do we see anyone inebriated maybe coming out of the inn yet?
No. At this point, it is
Too early in the day for them.
It's past noon. It's very early afternoon. So no visible sign of drunkards at the moment. Yeah, the stable boy he takes the horses and starts leading them to the stables, looking very confused. He's might be muttering to himself.
Yes, it worked.
But you do get to see that he obviously has an affection for the horses. He leads them in gently, and you can tell that, well, at least for the time being, that they're being well taken care of. As you enter the inn, there is the inn itself is two floors. The common room appears to take up much of the first floor. There is, as you enter, there are maybe 10 tables. Each of them can, easily fit 4 to 6 people. In the back left corner, there is a bar that goes from the the wall on the left to about halfway across the back wall. There is a door immediately, a door to the left of the bar, and also there is on the right, the back right hand corner, there is a flight of stairs going up. As far as the inn itself, the roof is kind of low. It may be 10 feet total. There are some fixtures hanging from the ceiling. There is a definite smell. There is a definite fishy smell to the place. There's no other way to put it. You get the smell of, honestly, smoked fish. As far as patrons go, like I said, it is early in the day. There are a few people sitting at one of the tables, but otherwise the place is mostly empty. Behind the bar is a middle-aged woman. Her hair, she's got long brown hair that has started to turn to gray in sections. A little portly. And she looks up as she is in the process of cleaning some cups.
I'm gonna walk up to her directly. And I'm gonna order 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 pints.
None for me. I don't drink that poison. Give me some milk.
Okay, and I'll get 2 plates of their salted smoked fish.
Well, she looks. My kind of customers. I really appreciate those who know what they seek.
If my friend is paying, I'll take a mead.
I'll buy whatever anyone gets.
Soup and cider for me.
Ale is perfect.
Sticking with the milk.
Milk and smoked fish. That's a real good combo.
she Lagomando, she turns to you and she says, will goat's milk be acceptable to you?
Yeah. As long as
Excellent.
you ain't added anything to it.
No. I mean, we do have fermented goat's milk, but
No, that sounds disgusting. No, just regular milk, please.
Another word for rotten milk.
Do you have goat cheese?
yes, of course. I mean,
I'll take some of the goat cheese.
Yeah, some of that too.
Yeah, let's get a nice spread.
And you hear her. She turns, opens the door to her right, and calls out, "Gil, we have customers. I need an order of smoked fish, some goat cheese, and please fetch a cup of goat's milk, won't you, dear?" And she goes about
supper rush.
and she goes about pouring the rest of your drinks. Would you like a table, or you're more than welcome to sit at the bar if you'd like.
Let's sit at the bar. Or you guys want us to? Okay, whatever you guys.
I like to sit in the back with my back up against the wall. But speaking of, are there any suspicious looking people with their backs against the wall giving us the eye?
Yeah, this Alistair guy's sitting with his back against the wall. I like you. I like the way you think. I sit with my back against the wall as well.
Mm-hmm.
The three people that are at the one table, I mean, they did look up and maybe looked at you a few seconds longer than normal because obviously you're not from around here, and plus, there's six of you for starters. But after that, after a few glances, they go back to whatever their conversation was. As you can determine, it sounds actually one of you is, I believe one of you is a half elf.
Yeah.
I've had my hood up.
Oh, actually, the elf Sal. Your ears catch the fact that they seem to be having a discussion about who actually won the fishing tournament during Brewfest, and who accusations of who was cheating and who is not, and it's the kind of really honestly good natured ribbing more than anything serious.
Sal lets the rest of the group know that there's nothing really of value of what the people that are talking around them specific to what their purpose is here. So Sal goes up to the owner and is fairly direct while she's kind of getting her the drinks and whatnot set up, that he asks her, so this stable boy said that your husband, he's not around. What happened to him?
Oh, yes, ooh, and it's like she looks at you, and it's almost as if though the lights just suddenly go on. Oh, wait. Are you the adventurers that we sent for?
Sal kind of looks back at his group, and there's a dwarf, a half elf. There's some guy who looks like he's pulled out from the woods, and he just kind of shakes his head and looks back at her and goes, "What do you think?"
We're not adventurers. We represent the Sundered Shield.
So Pelor be praised. I was beginning to worry that our plea had gone unheard. Gil, I need you to tend the bar once you're done with the food. And shortly after, moments after that, you see a young man, maybe 18 or so, comes out with the plates of smoked fish, goat cheese, and you also note that there's a plate of root vegetables that have been cooked up, as well as the cup of goat milk for Lagamundo. He brings him.
They serve fiber in this establishment, and not just meat and milk and booze.
I'm sorry.
He'll make sure that his morning routine is appropriate, so that the latrine is close to the
What latrine?
I think he's looking for some prunes, maybe.
That's right. He's trying to stay regular.
Oh boy. The young man looks at you and says, "Well, we do have an outhouse, and well, it's working fine as far as I know. I mean, it's a hole in the ground, and well, you've used an outhouse before, I'm sure." He does not seem to. Oddly enough, he does not seem to be impressed by you for either that or he's in a snit about something. but he puts everything down and he says, "Yes, mother." And after he's put everything down on the table, he goes behind the bar. At which point, she comes out from behind the bar with the rest of your drinks and heads over to your table and takes a pulls up a chair to sit with you. I am so glad that you have all come. It has been a rough, a weird time. I'm sorry. My manners have gone missing. I am Nadira. My husband Fen is mayor, but in his absence, I guess I am acting mayor. Mostly because nobody in the town seems to want the job.
What happened to
That's
your
quite
husband?
understandable. What happened?
Well, we've had reports of some of the children had gone, and children being children, that some of the at least some of the older children decided to go into the swamp and play and explore as children do. My Gil was no exception when he was younger. Now he has more important things to be doing, and there was reports from some of them. They came back traumatized as talking of strange creatures following them and um, eh, all kinds of fantastic tales. With children, it's hard to tell, what's truth and what's not, and we didn't pay much mind to it at first. We figured that some of the older children had gotten in the ears of some of the younger ones and told them all kinds of tales that caused them to be frightened. But then it kept happening. And so finally, some of the menfolk went to investigate. Of those that returned, 5 went out. Only 2 returned, and uh, they they are not the same. Um, well, she looks and says, "They are not well, and we have not been able to find a reason, nor do we understand where the other 3, my husband included, are."
Where are the 2 that are afflicted now?
We have them. Um, we have them secured for their safety and the safety of the townsfolk. Please have your drinks, eat your food, and I will take you to them once you're done.
This isn't something that's catching, is it? We're not gonna get sick, are we?
I should hope not.
All righty then.
Can you describe their affliction? We heard they were. All we heard was that they seemed to be angrier than.
Well, they mostly it's incoherent ramblings mixed with bouts of rage.
Rabies.
Rabies. Very well.
All right. So, you all finish your food and drink, and if you have any more questions for her, please go ahead. Dirty Dwarf, good to see you this morning.
I will let everybody know. I have a spell that may or may not be of assistance. Perhaps with these 2, but we'll just have to see them and give it a try.
Oh, I do ask, what is their do they have a religious community or cleric in the village?
We we had a cleric. Unfortunately, he is one of the those who've gone missing, and to be truth, it's of real concern as he is not a member of the town. He ministers to uh, multiple fishing towns along the river, and he offered his services to the group as they went. We really hope nothing happened to him. He's a good man, and it would be a shame if he came to ill fortune while trying to assist us.
To whom does he worship?
He is a priest of Palor.
Sal grabs her right before she leaves the table and asks him, goes up to her and says, "So you know we're more than happy to entertain helping you, but what can you do for us?"
Well, the good news is um, the fish have been kind to us. The season has been good to us, so we've been able to uh, send a bunch downriver to market, and we've managed to raise a sum of uh, we have 240 gold.
Would you happen to have a map of the area
Uh,
or someone who could draw one?
I unfortunately no, but the the swamp itself, not many wander in there. However, there is a path through the swamp. That is, there really is only one way they would have gone unless they decided to wander off the path. But I do not advise doing that.
Hmm.
Sal
All
lets
right.
the group know what she said with regards to how much she's willing to kind of give up, and asks, um, he actually looks right at Lagamundo and says, "You good with this? 240?"
I don't know. Sounds like a job.
Is the order compensating us, or did they tell us to extort money out of these people?
Well, let's put it this way: the fee is, what they can afford. um, at this point, the order for this particular job, what you've been told is, take the job. The fee, the order is not going to take a fee out of this from you. So whatever monies were raised for this are yours. At the moment, it is more about raising the profile of the order, as the new leadership tries to establish the group more firmly.
I think if we do accept any compensation, it should be pending the success of our mission
Or
first.
refuse a compensation in exchange for room and board for the night.
Whoa, what?
Or however
No,
many
we
nights it's
want the
gonna
money.
take.
I was gonna say that's one hell of expensive room and board.
Well, we expect the
druid.
room.
I
We
can live
expect the
anywhere.
room and board for as long as we're going to be here.
Oh, if you mention that to her, she's like, oh yes, no, of course. Your expenses in terms of room and board, certainly. No, we will take care of that.
Mhm.
And I winked to the person who was about to give all the copper away to that kiddo. Said, see, I got you covered. All right, what time of day is it at this point? I don't know if we're in the evening or if we're in breakfast.
It's about 3 in the afternoon or so.
Okay. Well, it looks a little too late to head into the swamp. Let's should we go see these afflicted people? Is one of the afflicted
Yes.
people this Palorite? This
No,
priest?
No, he disappeared.
the Palor, the priest of Palor is missing along with my husband and one other.
Aha.
How long have they been gone?
They've been gone for well over a week. It may be
Oh,
it may be 10. Oh, let's see. Today, it has been close to 2 weeks now.
was there a specific point in the swamp that they were heading to, or did they just go into the swamp and vanish?
They were exploring, trying to find some evidence of what what was scaring the children.
Okay.
I am unclear as to how deep they made it in.
We have to interrogate the children, but you said the children are. We haven't seen any children, though, right?
Yeah, the children. I have given strict orders that the children are to remain indoors.
Oh,
Who was this other person besides the priest of the Palor? And what was the priest of Palor's name?
The priest of Palor, his name is Talus.
And how
And
long
was,
again?
and who was the other? 2 weeks, right?
2 weeks.
And who was
Talus,
the other one?
Sven.
Sven.
Yes, Sven
so
is.
they may have asked for help over a week ago. Then, and
Well, we was told to talk to Fen, so they probably sent requests more than 2 weeks ago.
yeah, did they disappear after we were summoned or before, Robert?
They disappeared. They disappeared after.
They're
All right.
asking that they ask the order for help, and then they send people off into the swamp. That's pretty smart.
For the children.
Relax, we're professionals.
Some of my timers are working, some are not.
Do we need to interrogate any of the children, do you think?
Interrogate is a strong word.
Question. Not torture.
Wait, who are you looking to interrogate?
I'm asking the party, do we need to question any of the children about this?
Children have a good eye for what's going on in the neighborhood. I think we should talk to some children, but first
But I
let's
think we should
talk
talk
to
to
these
the,
afflicted people.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, once you're done with your food and drinks, Nadira takes off her apron, and puts it on the bar. You see Gil take it and put it behind the bar after that, and she leads you out to the bridge. She nods at the two that are very definitely at this point watching the bridge. The odd thing, the thing that strikes you as odd is they're watching the town as opposed to watching, instead of guarding the far side of the bridge or watching the far side of the bridge. And she leads you. It's the Duntide at this point is not at its widest. So it's a bit of a walk. It takes you maybe 10-15 minutes to cross the bridge at a brisk pace. And she leads you to one of the four large buildings on this side. The markings of it tell you that it is one of the facilities that they use for salting the fish that is caught. And the smell as she opens the door to what looks to be the offices, even though you can see into the main room where the processing is done, there's still the heavy smell of salted fish in here. Oddly enough, she leads you to a back room with a staircase going down. Mostly odd because it is very apparent that this is going to lead you into a basement beneath the earth. It is not, it is definitely a sub basement. She takes a moment to light a lantern, and you note that she turns the lantern to basically make it burn at a lower setting. She doesn't turn it up as bright as it could possibly be. I admit it's this. Well, you might find this sight more a little less startling than I do, but just to be warned. And she starts descending the stairs. John Bluebox, I hope you're feeling better. Thank you so much for the subscription, 14 months in a row. That is fantastic, sir. Thank you very much. Everybody follow?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll go first behind her down the stairs. Nobody minds.
I'm going to take up the rear in this case.
I'll go next.
As you head down the stairs, the smell of the salted fish goes somewhat away. Unfortunately, it is replaced by the smell of human stink. There is the smell of the unwashed. There is definitely the smell of human waste products, to put it lightly, since we are still in the middle of the morning, and I really do not wish to spoil anybody's breakfast. And you see that at the bottom there, this room has a number of different tools. It looks to be used for storage for tools and for the process. There are a couple of workbenches, but on the far side of the room, you note that there are two what appear to be makeshift cages, and in each cage, there are two men, one in each. Their clothes are ragged. They look like they've been torn. The neither of them look like they've had anything approaching a bath or any kind of washing in some time. Jay, thank you so much for the subscription. Very much appreciated, sir. There's a definite smell coming off of them, and they're both huddled on the far side of the cage. You caught movement as you were coming down, and it looks like that they may have moved from the near side to the far side. They're both huddled and murmuring to themselves. Neither of them will look up. She sighs and she says, It is almost too much to bear."
I'm gonna ask her. I'm like, Why don't you wash these men?
We've tried, but short of knocking them out, we can't get near them. No one dares get near them. Some are afraid of something that they might carry. Uh, they've attempted to bite people that have gotten near or tear at them, and you note that the one has fingernails that have grown long, almost to the point where they almost look like claws. Uh, and with the lack of our priest, we worry that if we do try to knock them out, we may injure them beyond our ability to care for them. So here they sit until we can find a cause or put an end to this.
Are they murmuring anything intelligible?
Yeah.
So, I'd like the elf and the half elf to give me a wisdom roll.
I got
And
an
I-
18. Secondary attribute. No, that's a primary.
I got a 14 on the roll primary. We're gonna add level to that as well, right? Do like Chuck does, or how do you do that?
Add your level for that, and also
And the bonus.
the elves, I believe, also have a listen bonus.
Yes, that's a 19.
I got like a 23.
And I will be casting a spell.
Okay.
Detect magic while everybody's and focusing on them to see if this is magically
Or is it a curse?
right.
I will be casting a bucket of water onto one of these stinky motherfuckers.
Yeah, you would think, why wouldn't they do that?
Wake up.
Cut them fingernails.
There is the faintest trace of magic emanating from the two of them. But not the sense that you have is it's more of remnants than an active thing.
Okay.
As far as what they're saying, you keep hearing, she calls to us. She calls to us. We'll be ready. We'll be free. It is almost time. And one of them looks up at you, and you see, gives you a glimpse of teeth that, well, again, have not been cleaned in quite some time. The
One of them got clean just 2 seconds ago.
Oh, you dumped water on them?
Yeah, I threw a bucket of water on him.
The one that you threw the bucket of water on screeches and launches himself at the end of the cage. Kill you, I will! Kill you! We will have all of you? All of you. She calls. She calls.
So, Robert, Sal casts detect poison on both of them.
You are not detecting any poison coming from them.
And I do let everybody know that there is residual magic on them.
Cool.
And I am also a spellcaster, and pardon my inquiry here, but am I to understand that as the detect magic spell continues, so does the intel on what specific type of magic there is?
I tend to give, for magic, I if there's useful information from it,
Okay.
You know, it won't necessarily be the most specific thing in the world, but
No, for sure.
yeah,
Like even just like the school of magic that it comes from, like a necromancy type of spell, or is it like I'm also kind of investigating this while he's casting his detect magic.
Hmm. Um, what school would this be considered?
If not, it's not a big deal.
It's there's
Enchantment and charms.
hints of enchantment. Enchantment probably would fit best for what you're sensing.
Hey, Robert, when people were conversing with these two prisoners, did they seem to have any awareness that they were being spoken to? Like, did they give any form of signal of comprehension, or did they just start blabbering away?
Are you asking Nadir that?
Well, just by observing when they were being spoken to.
Oh, you do note there are times when they realize that they're being talked about, and their eyes follow you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to approach the one that isn't in a rage from being drenched
Mhm.
and directly say to him, "Oh, I know her. I know her. What is her name, though? I forget."
What do you know?
I
And
forget her name.
he's looking. Hmm. You may know her, but you have not known her. Not like I know her.
I just want her name. I forget what it is.
Hey, Phantom, my dog's having a fit. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, you wish to know? Oh, well,
Anybody bring any holy water with them?
You're gonna ask me to roll, aren't you?
give me a charisma check.
I do have holy water.
Not my strong suit either.
Why don't you drop a little holy water on one of them, see if anything happens? I'm like, possession, maybe? I don't know.
That's a 10, not prime. I mean, that's an 8 roll on the roll, not prime. Sorry.
I'm gonna
No.
take Thrask and Stoneheal aside. I'm gonna I'll take all of you guys aside for a second if
Okay.
this communication
Mhm.
doesn't work out yet. Let's let the talk come kind of.
He goes, no. You don't know her. Oh, but you will. Cause she'll like you. Oh, she'll like you.
He
I'm
turns. I turn back and I nod to Alistair that there's some awareness here, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna say, where can we find her?
Oh, the swamps are home. Oh, she waits, and all she commands waits for you too.
Okay. I'm gonna take Stoneheal aside, the rest of the party aside. I'm gonna say, it's probably gonna be a bit late for us to set out today, but I could try to cast sleep on these guys and we could try to search them, see if they have any markings on their bodies or anything that would, potentially give us some clues about like what's going on with them. Maybe she like left some kind of whatever it is that and I'm gonna ask you guys what you guys think about that. If you let me kind of do that, somebody's got to go in there though and like, paw at these guys, which is going to be pretty nasty. You might need to wash them and see kind of what the factors of the disease are and stuff like that.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'll cooperate with that.
My initial thoughts were perhaps a restoration spell, but if this is magical in nature, I don't know that would counter that. But I can always try.
Yeah, well, and if they're asleep, we can kind of see what's going on. So I'll do that then. So I'll kind of make a big deal. I'll make a big ceremony out of it, so that people think that it's like a big deal what's going on here. And I'll make kind of an offhanded comment to say, maybe the reason why this thing is spreading is because you're keeping these guys in the fish house. You're serving all this fish to all these people. It's pretty nasty having all this dirty detritus all over the place when you're making your fish. I'm just saying. Anyways, so I'll cast sleep on these two guys. Let me just check out the saving throw here.
Yeah, Robert, really quick, would a 10 have made a difference? I forgot I have empathy.
No.
Okay.
All right, hold on a second. I need to take a look. Ooh,
All right. So yeah, so I got to get everybody out of range. That's why I did declare that everyone within range, which is a 30-foot diameter, needs to get out of there.
Or can you
Or I
direct it?
cast it. And it affects 2d4 hit dice creatures. For creatures with equal hit dice, those who are closest to the spell's point of origin are affected first. No creature within 5 or more hit dice is affected. So if they have 5 or more hit dice, they may not be affected. And it's centered on a location to be determined by the caster. It's going to be centered right in between the two cages.
all right.
So we're clearing the room, of course.
Right.
Yeah, no, the two of them slumped to the ground in deep slumber.
Okay, and I just remind you guys that slapping or wounding them
We'll wake them.
will wake them, but normal noise does not.
Nadira looks and says, not to put too fine a point on it, but will bathing them wake them?
I'll have to take a roll on that. Can we search them before we bathe them?
Yes, absolutely.
Let's do things here in priority.
They may consider bathing an attack, so considering how they're acting already.
So I mean, I guess what I'll do is unless somebody else wants to step up to the plate, unless there's a cleric or somebody who knows how to actually heal people and inspect, I mean, I can do it. I'm a wizard though.
I'll get close enough to, maintain some distance to see, but I don't know if I want to handle them.
You suggested searching there to see if there's anything on their bodies or skin. I'll put on my gloves and I'll go ahead and check.
Okay.
I will assist with checking for marks and all this kind of thing.
Tattoos or something.
It doesn't take long to find on their chest right above where their heart is. Both of them bear what look to be like ritual markings. It is the closest thing you can think of. It almost looks like some kind of rune or glyph had been marked into them. And actually, Hans, you note that seems to be where the hint of enchantment is coming from, or where that seems to be what's giving off that very, very faint aura of magic. But again, it's almost like a residual as opposed to active.
Can I decipher it without using the spell? Because I don't I don't have it. I don't have read magic. But is it possible to for me to decipher or read or try to understand what kind of spellcaster, what kind of ruin this is?
Okay, this is going to be an intelligence check. It's going to be a pretty high DC. So go ahead and what do you call it? Go ahead and give me an intelligence check. 20-sided die, plus your level, plus your modifier, and you're a mage, so I know it's a prime.
Perfect. Can I ask for anyone's assistance with this to maybe increase the?
I'll
You know
give you.
something?
I'll give you my learned assistance.
We
Okay.
still have the special to use as well, right?
Let's put it this way. You know something? You have a second mage, so I'll actually give you a +2 to the roll.
Okay, so it's not a good roll. I'll just let you guys know this. Full disclosure, it's an 8. Okay. So let's add some numbers here and see where we get. So my modifier here being intelligence, that's a +3, so that's 11. And then my spell level do I add that?
Yep.
So then that's
Wait. No,
Caster
you
level.
you had your level. You added your modifier. Your character's level is what you're adding.
yeah, my character's level, which is 3.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be 8 + 6 is 14. And
+2 for the assistance.
+2 for the assistance, so 16. Not great.
Well, this is a prime for you,
We're
so
above prime. That's not horrible.
and you know something that is enough to meet the DC that I set. The DC was it was a 4, so you needed. Did you hit 16?
Yeah.
Yep, you got it exactly. Well, what you needed. You are kind of taken aback. It's something that you've heard about, but had not yet actually experienced. This appears to be a ritualistic curse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is the wound still? I mean, does it look like it's still like weeping? You know, I mean, does it look fresh, or has it actually started to heal?
You described it as a glyph rather than a wound.
Is
it?
When I no, when I say glyph, not so much. It's definitely a wound. When you've seen glyphs, that's kind of describing what the markings look like.
Okay, I was trying to understand if it was
Yeah.
like a sting or whether it was something that where somebody had.
Somebody
something in.
Somebody had definitely cut into them.
Okay.
So Leif doesn't understand this type of magic. What would happen if we cauterized this wound to burn the markings off?
Are you asking one of the
I'm
other
asking
party
the
members?
group. Yeah. See if anybody has knowledge of this.
Hey,
Might be
Robert,
another-
do the scrapings look like it could have been from claws or fingernails?
No, actually, one of the things that does strike you is the fact that this was done both of them were done very precisely. Whatever was used was very sharp, and it does not look like there was any resistance. There's no sign of like jagged spots where
And they're both identical.
yeah, they're very very identical. They're very the cutting was very precise, and it does not look like when this happened. It does not look like there was any resistance. Maybe whether it's not clear whether they couldn't resist or they didn't want to resist or what the case was, but this is too precise. It to put it in modern terms, it looks like it was done by a very skilled surgeon to someone under anesthesia.
They've been in prison for a while, but is there any evidence of that their wrists have been
That they were
bound?
restrained or anything? Yeah.
Like abrasions or anything like that?
You do note that there looks to be on their wrists abrasions, but the abrasions appear to have it more like bruising at this point. But
It's a little older by now, so it's subsided.
Well, let's put it this way: the bruising is kind of still there, but like the cutting of the rope um, appears to have healed. So it's who asked the question?
Me, Alistair.
Alistair, give me. Let's see. Give me an intelligence check.
Oh boy.
Not a forte, I take it.
No bonuses. And I rolled a natural 1, of course. No.
You see bruises around the wrist.
Can I'm gonna make just a suggestion. We'll just assume that because I'm a level 3 former Wizards Guild guy, if a curse has some kind of an impact on someone, it may have ability damage, right? So they might be crazy because their wisdom just went down or whatever it is. So maybe like a lesser restoration won't cure the curse, but it might resolve some of the ability damage and some of the other issues they have. So with sufficient time for us to maybe get some answers from one of these guys before he just goes completely batshit again. Over time. Maybe the other aspect is we're in a swamp. These guys are all scratched up with a crazy hex ruin on them. Might be a witch in the neighborhood. Just putting it out there.
Well, we were told there might be witches in the neighborhood.
Mystical Hero Cone Painting, thank you so much for the hero point. So the cat, I did not give myself any to start with. So for those of you who are just joining us, we are using hero points and special hero points. You can either use channel points or bits. 5 hero points equals a special hero point. I started off the party with 1 hero and 1 special hero point each. So thank you so much. Thraskin, give me an intelligence check.
Ooh, that is a nat 20. Not prime.
Nat 20, but not prime? All right. It occurs to you that with a curse, you're not sure. You might be able to get momentary, a momentary relief from some of the symptoms. It's not going to cure the curse.
Right. It could at least suppress it for a time. Maybe.
Potentially, yes.
So you hit him with restoration and we slap him around a bit, wake him up. Get what we want out of him and throw him in a cage.
Throw some more water on him.
Well, I can only do 1. So as harsh as this may sound, I say to Nadira, which of these 2 is the brightest?
She points to the one and she says, that is Alec. Alec is probably more likely to be able to give you information. Matthew is okay, but he's not always the brightest in the bunch.
Which one did I hurl a bucket of water on?
Matthew,
okay.
Okay. Yeah, I will. We may want to. I don't know how long these guys are out, but we may want to secure the other one. And I will crouch down and do lesser restoration on Alec.
I'm going to suggest that we tie up the one that we just lesser restored, or at least try to secure him so he doesn't go completely crazy.
Well, isn't he in a little cage?
Yeah, I wasn't sure because we may have opened him up like open the cage to get in there and
Okay, yeah, and close it back up and secure it, definitely.
Sure.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna use the bathroom.
Okay. Yeah, you open what do you call it? You cast a lesser restoration, and I guess you do something to wake him up.
Slap him on the face.
He looks at you. What? Where am I? Who are you? What's going on?
My name is Thraskin. We're here to help.
And you can see that in addition to being disoriented, his basic his body is not responding well. You almost immediately his breathing becomes really quick and thready. His his forehead is almost starting to perspire, just like right off the bat. You can't. Your help? What help? No, don't help. Just don't go. No, she's going to call. She's going to call us all home.
I understand, which is why we need to work quickly here, Alec.
Okay. What do you need? Do you need?
Who was this person? Who is she that you keep talking about?
She called herself Madrina. Madrina. Jeez.
Ask him how far down the trail was this.
Gee, 4, maybe 4 miles. I think it's hard to remember. Oh God, I can hear her voice. I can see her. Oh God, she's beautiful, so beautiful.
You went with Fen and Talus and some others. What happened to them? Did she take them as well?
Yeah. She took us all. They're so lucky. They get to be with her. We'll be with her again.
Taken?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
How were you taken? Did she ensorcel you with a song, or did she stare into your eyes?
It's the local brothel, actually. No.
I don't remember. All I know is she's everything. And give me a wisdom check, Thraskin.
10 on the die. Be +2, then level, right?
Yeah, you are
15.
Yeah, you're coming
right.
to the realization that he's losing his grip again.
Yep. Words of encouragement. Alex, stay with us. We've got a few more questions, please.
Okay. Sure. Ask away.
Did Madrina have companions with her? Allies, friends, besides yourself?
Oh yeah. She commands all the swamp answers to her. Oh, it's beautiful. She's beautiful.
Did
So
you
beautiful.
say Madrina?
Yes.
Sounds a lot like Madeira. Oh well, it must just be a
Oh no.
Did she have other sisters with her?
She looks over at Nadir, who is basically at the bottom of the stairs and in no mood to get any closer. Oh no, nothing like Nadira. No, not in Nadira's. Maybe 20 years ago, but
Okay.
no, Madrina is everything. um,
He's lost his grip again.
and Thraskin, he lunges at you with his teeth.
All right.
Hold on a second.
Well, he's sealed in the cage, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're outside the cage?
Yes.
Yeah, he lunges at you, and you hear a clang, or like a rattling as his head hits the bars of the makeshift cage. Enough hard enough that you see blood start pouring from either side of his forehead where he hit it. His teeth are showing, and they, in addition to being very, very dirty, two of them look, actually, two on top and two on bottom, start to look more like fangs than teeth.
Mackerel.
Hey Robert, is there a way for us to know whether someone in our party has information or knowledge with regards to breaking curses besides just casting spells to break curses?
Someone in the
Meaning, like, is there a way for us to have knowledge that if we actually kill the witch or whomever put the curse on this person, that would then potentially stop the curse?
I don't know. Is there a religion skill? I sure
No,
don't
I
have
don't.
it.
We don't have
Because
any
it
clerics.
seems like we know that this person's cursed.
let's do this. I want Sal and Hans. Actually, Sal, Hans, and Thraskin to all give me intelligence checks.
I still think we should splash some holy water on one just to see what happens.
I will
Guessing
do that next. Yeah.
Hans rolled a 20, maybe? Hans is nodding yes. He rolled a 20.
Yeah, I rolled a 20, natural 20.
That's good. I rolled a 5. So.
Okay.
Yeah, 14 on the die plus 0, I think. So.
And it's kind of cool because Hans was the one who got the check for the curse in the first place. Hans, you're reasonably certain that killing the source of the curse will end the curse.
Cool.
Outside of
With
somebody just
respect to okay, I don't want to push this too far. With a natural 20, what's up with the fangs? Yeah, and you know what? That's a different inquiry. So if you want to rule that, like, I gotta do a separate roll, I'll take it. I'm just saying it was a natural 20. So up to you what you want to do. I'll do a separate roll, but can I say, like, is this like a lycanthropy situation as well? Or are we just like, or is this just part of the curse? Is the curse where it kind of turns you into an animal over time? Maybe that's what's happening to these guys.
so let's put it this way, you have valid concerns about it being lycanthropy.
Ooh.
So I will immediately tell the everybody around me that I have immediate concerns, that because I'm narrating to everyone in the room exactly what you're telling me. And I'm gonna just be absolutely clear that these guys need to be moved out of here. They need to be placed in a place that's like way more secure and away from like any human interaction until such time as this is dealt with. I'd almost suggest that if they can't deal with the curse soon, these guys may have to be like terminated.
And if this happened
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, it may be too late.
Yeah. Where are we at in the moon cycle, I guess?
They could break out of that cage if they go full tilt, right? And then
So after having this conversation, Nadira she says lycanthropy. You're talking about were creatures?
Yes.
Yep.
The full moon. One of the moons went full. Some nights passed, but we've seen no sign of change.
Wait, how far back was Brewfest?
Um, about a week ago, week and a half.
Doesn't Celine come full 4 times a year?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but do you know? Do they have to be able to see the moon? Because they've been here for a while, and she shows you the completely otherwise sealed room. Uh, they could not see the moonlight.
I don't know if it's a visual effect.
Well, beyond that, you haven't heard any additional howls in the night coming from the distance that were not there before.
There's nobody comes to this side of the bridge other than to check on the two of them.
Oh, when you found these two, where were they at?
They had wandered into town
Okay.
and they were talking nonsense, and they attempted to attack the first person who tried to help them, but thankfully they were pulled off before any damage could be done.
They didn't bite anybody.
No.
Okay.
At the time, it just seemed like a rage. It was more of clawing at them and such.
I'm just saying to the party, as a precaution, we should probably advise stronger restraint so we don't
Yes.
come back to a town in disarray.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So, what would you like to do next? Oh, and he's definitely fully back in the throes of her control or whatever
Madness.
madness has him.
What time is it right
Evil
now?
Dead, swallow your soul. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's what's the time in like game time? Kind of like 5-6 o'clock.
Yeah, you've been here between the spells and such. You've been here for a while, so it's getting to be five sometime between 5 and 6. It's getting late in the day, especially considering it is a fall day.
So I'm just gonna suggest we go back to the hotel and set out in the morning. But
I agree. Before I do that, though, I want to take a closer look at the guards at the bridge to see how they're dressed and understand why they're facing the town.
oh, and I'll declare. Sorry, I wanted to just declare that I'm committing whatever ruin it was on that guy's chest to memory.
And it's too bad that I couldn't afford to buy any silver arrows before we started out.
And Rob, the other guy is still sleeping, right?
Yes.
Before we head out, I do want to take out one of my vials of holy water and put some on my fingers and just kind of rub it on his forehead just to see if there's any reaction. Just to
No reaction whatsoever.
okay.
Well, that's good, at least.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
I did
We
not.
don't need any demons. We've
Yeah, I
got
was
enough
thinking he was
problems.
demon-possessed.
I, I did not send a third level party up against demons or vampires.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
All right.
Although Greyhawk, they did have vampire werewolves in the same encounter.
Oh my goodness. All right. So we are coming up on the 9 o'clock hour. And what we're going to do at this point is we are going to take a little break. First of all, I want to thank my players again for signing up for this game. I hope everybody's been having a fantastic virtual GreyhawkCon. It's we're on day 3. There's been 2 days and so far of fantastic gaming, and there's more to come today. Um, it's this is the 4th time we've been doing this, and I swear every year it's been getting better and better. The participation rate this year has been amazing. We've been talking about the fact that uh, games just kept filling up. We kept needing more games because games filled up at a rapid pace, and it's wonderful to see. Um, I can tell you that this is the 2nd or 3rd year that I've been running the 7 o'clock in the morning game, and I was thrilled to have a full party like within a week of the game being available. Normally myself for this game, I've normally been struggling to find people at the last minute. So thank you so much, everyone.
Well, I go straight for the first edition and CNC games. I don't play the other ones, so
There you go. That excellent. I always I'm always running CNC for these. I think I ran 5th edition for the very first one, and then I got into CNC, and that was the end of that. I want to thank Lord Gazumba for throwing being the person who put this all together. For Trollord Games, for the sponsorship of the entire thing, as well as for providing the drawing that we're going to have later for 2 $10 gift certificates. For the $10 gift certificates, you do need to be present at the time of the drawing, and there is going to be a bit of a delay. I think we're going to be getting the codes on Wednesday or so, as TLG is migrating to a new online store, and they have to get the whole thing set up. So yeah, we will take a break now, and when we come back, we will. The party may be on the move. Players, because of the fact that you're going to have an overnight rest, if you wish, I think all of you have like one more spell per level than you can actually use. So if you want to switch up the spells that you have active, feel free to do that. And with that note, we shall be back. We'll be back in, let's call it 10 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, and mics are live for the break, so if you wish to converse with the chat, you are more than welcome to do so.
And do not stop video, you said, right?
Do not stop video.
All right.
Leaf and Alistair remind me of your race and class. My note taking was delayed.
Half elf primal druid. So it's one from the adventurer's backpack. The focus is more on the force of nature, so he's not your typical druid where he's out there trying to protect the trees and the animals.
Primal Druid, you got it. I wasn't sure if that was a description or the actual class. Glad to hear you confirm that.
Yeah.
And Alistair was a half-elf ranger? Do you remember? Is he still there? I knew he was a ranger. I couldn't remember or I thought he was.
I don't know, he just keeps staring at us. Look at him. It's like a psychopath. Look at that.
I apologize for ducking out a moment ago. I was the only one up in my family, and my dog was being especially whiny. I took her out beforehand. She wanted fed, and I thought she'd go right back to sleep, but she wanted fed, and then she wanted to be bribed to come upstairs.
No, completely understand. I was I was dog sitting for a blue box game the one time, and the dog saw something outside and charged through the screen door during the beginning of the game. So I had to run downstairs for one of those too.
Oh, that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
I was on vacation, and my buddy who was watching our dogs was at work, and he sent me a picture of my dog and his dog outside at their house on the Ring doorbell. I'm like, I'm 3 states away. I think you're going to have to deal with this.
This is a solid group. It's a good game. DM's really good.
I appreciate your analytical approach to everything.
That's how I do it. I play a lot, and I've just kind of gotten into just really trying to break everything down.
Mhm.
to really smaller parts and not, rushing in, trying to give everybody an opportunity to play. It's really
That's good.
important.
It's hard to do with a con or like a one-shot game, with the time limit set to it, especially.
Yeah. But it's fun. There's a lot of different systems that, you can try playing, which is kind of the cool aspect of it, is that it's a nice little dip. I've never played this edition before, like ever. I've never played this system before. Like, and right now I don't know if like just the pre-gen is like that's the character sheet, but it's a lot better than having a really, really crunchy. It's good because I know all the spells, which is wonderful. But I just don't have all the stupid conditions and like every single freaking rule and stuff that comes out of Pathfinder
Lock up.
1.0. Yeah, so or Thako or any of that kind of stuff, right? I really like this system. It's really nice.
Yeah, CNC is like AD&D simplified. I'm a fan of it.
Mhm.
I've been playing it for a couple years now, and I just started running a game this year. So, and it's been pretty easy to use. I'm actually keeping track of my character and taking notes in the Foundry application, which is a virtual tabletop.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's a fun system. And I mean, I just had a campaign that was 1E. We were doing like a Gygax like tribute campaign, which was supposed to be like all of the big ones, like all of the everything that we had. But unfortunately, it's hard to find people, right? It's hard to find people who are dedicated uh to running a campaign like that. So
Surprised we have 2 wizards. That's awesome.
it's amazing having multiple magic users.
Is anybody else going to GaryCon in March?
I'm going for the 10 days.
Nice. I'll see you at Founders then as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's fantastic. I can't believe they're doing that.
I know. I'm super stoked. I guess there's a lot of really old school people going.
Hmm.
So it'll be good. And that's kind of why I was gaining so much because I've been training for this tournament. I want to just show up and be able to actually know what I'm doing because like there's actually a group of guys who are they're getting together on the Tuesday and Wednesday. If the 2 cons aren't enough, there's a group of guys that are trying to get together on the Tuesday and the Wednesday in between the cons. We're gonna do like some big, like heavy hitting campaign for like
Nice.
15 hours in those 2 days, just to kind of really finish it off. So that'll be good. And Robert, just so you know, for some reason I lost my internet connection. I don't know if that's gonna affect your interface. For
Okay,
the
thank you.
live
Yeah,
stream.
I did see a couple drops when we were talking there.
I'm glad you said that, so I can take a peek. How do I turn studio mode on so I can do this without? There we go.
So I was thinking too, it's going to be my first time in Lake Geneva. I was thinking about doing something like that, but I also wanted to take a look at the sites in the area because there's so much to see. Somebody pointed out to me that they have some of the Tolkien works are actually archived in one of the colleges out there. So I wanted to go check that out and a few other things in the area.
100%. I was gonna also check out some of that Malort stuff. There's this
Oh,
there's there's a drink apparently called the Chicago Handshake, and it's like and it's a pint of lager with a shot of Malort in it,
oh,
like an Irish car bomb kind of thing, like really. Whew.
I
I don't know
was
if I was
watching
gonna.
weird tasting history YouTube channel yesterday, and they were making fun of Malort in a video
yeah.
that had nothing to do with it.
Somebody described it as like absinthe filtered through a dirty diaper is pretty much the
Oh,
smell and
yeah,
taste that you get.
I keep hearing about Malort, and I'm like, do I dare? All right, cool. I was
Hey.
able to fix it.
Alistair, real quick, were you human or half elf?
half elf, but leaning toward human,
Okay. So okay,
which
so
is
I had human wizard Hans, elven wizard Sal, dwarven cleric Thraskin, half elf primal druid Leaf, half elf ranger, right?
cool. Right.
Alistair and myself, Legamundo. Okay.
Wait, can you go through that list one more time? Because I wasn't taking good notes either.
I will. The human wizard Hans, he was from Greyhawk.
Mm-hmm.
Hans
The
Gruber,
elven
yeah.
wizard Sal from the Ernst lands. The dwarven cleric Thraskin from underground somewhere.
Raskin's our
Half
cleric.
elf
Okay.
primal druid Leaf. The half elf ranger Alistair.
Got
And
it.
me, Legamundo, a rogue monk from Relmord. Or as
Now,
I call it, Relmod.
didn't you multi-class?
I did.
Okay. So I
Who's
was
playing
asking
who's playing the dwarf?
Chris, upper right there, or I think it's upper right for everybody.
Yeah, and you know something. When we come back at a break, and we'll be back at a break in a couple minutes. Because of the fact that the sound. Well, first of all, we have a lot more viewers now, and nobody could hear you when you gave those lovely introductions at the start of the stream. I will be. Yeah, I will make take an opportunity to let you introduce yourself and your characters again.
Do I have about 1 more minute?
Yes, you have one
Okay, I'm
more.
going to quickly go take an allergy pill because I keep sniffling. I'll be right back.
I've got a dog who's been in crate rest for 2 months, and now that she's loose, she's wanting to run everywhere.
Of course.
Crazy dog.
All right, cool. I have the Zoom added to all the other ones that it needed to be added to. So,
I just wanted to say I'm having fun, Rob. I like the whole investigation part of this game.
Mm-hmm.
This is fun. Fun.
excellent. One of the things that I strive to do is try to make sure that I'm giving
That was a drop.
characters the chance to do things.
I don't mind if there's no combat for the entire session. Sometimes I've
Yeah, I
had
just
games
saw-
like that. I've had games like that plenty of times.
We just had another drop there, at least on my end.
Yeah, I'm in a long-standing game every other Saturday. It's been going on for years and years, and there's sometimes when we'll have an 8-hour session or something like that, and there's really almost no dice rolled at all. It's
Yeah.
just all role play. It's a
Mhm.
ball.
All right. Well, let's see how this plays out. So let's go back and show everybody your lovely faces. And we are back with everybody on screen, and everybody's in the right spot. Yay me! I'm taking this as a streamer. I am taking the victories wherever I can get them. Especially since Stream Elements has been kind of clunky, but it seems to be finally working and doing what it's supposed to be doing. So first of all, welcome everybody who is tuning in. I am your friendly neighborhood castle keeper, Rob, otherwise known as Phantom NJ, and welcome to day 3 of Virtual Greyhawk Con. This is When Comes the Witching Hour, inspired by, in terms of names, and well, but not the actual Carlos Slicing adventure. So, those of you who thought you were tuning in for that, my apologies. There was I had the name on the brain when I named this adventure. I'm going to let my party introduce themselves to everyone momentarily. Um, just so for some general information, this adventure takes place in the southwest of the Kingdom of Niron, common year 623. Much has happened. The Greyhawk Wars have happened. The Great Kingdom next door is now in pieces, with people vying for control and trying to maintain control. In the Kingdom of Nidoron itself, there was at one point a coup. The king died. The two sons fought it out, and I believe it's King Lilwyn, is now the king of Niron. He is now in his, I believe, mid to late 60s. I have to go check, or you can check it out on World Anvil. I believe the link has been playing in the channel. You will be able to follow this campaign, which this adventure is the first one in the campaign. Embers of Empire, so named because embers can mean two things. It can mean a fire that's dying, or possibly a fire that's starting to come ablaze. And when you're talking about fallen kingdoms and kingdoms on the rise, could go either way. With that said, let's start with a quick introduction. Alistair, if you could introduce yourself.
My name is Tim. Usually played first edition AD&D, but I'm switching to Castles and Crusades. I play Alistair Tull, half elf, favoring his human lineage from the gnarly forest off the northern wild coast. He's migrated to Niron via the Ranger Academy in the Duchy of Ernst. And there you go.
All right. Next up, we have Hans.
Yeah, so Hans is a German accent wizard who was banned from the Wizards Guild for a failed experiment. Now he's traveling the world and looking to regain his place in the Wizards Guild. This is why he's in this party now.
Okay.
Fortune and glory.
Next up, we have Lagamundo.
I'm a Lagamundo. I'm a wicked smart rogue from the Slums of Royal Mod. I worked the second story, and things got a little heated, so I joined this adventurers guild, and they sent me south of this crappy fishing village where everything smells fishy and everything acts fishy.
Next up, we have Leif.
I am Alex, otherwise known as Antiquitous in the chat. I am playing Leif Cronus, a half-elf primal druid from Trollord Games Adventurer's Backpack. Leif looks more elven than human, with long, shaggy blonde hair and some premature gray streaks. His skin is weathered. He has blue-green eyes, a light scar across his nose, wears hide armor, and a charm about his neck that depicts a swirling whirlpool. And he wields something called a Tapik Kudak, which looks like a longer, heavier blade at the end, and it's more used for chopping and stabbing. At an early age, his elven mother taught him of nature's power in a vale of far eastern Niron. Born in what has always been a war-torn land, Leif learned early that though might may not always make right, it is might that wins the day. He's both aggressive and wild as the forces of nature that he tries to control.
Oh, great. Next up, we have Sal.
Yeah, so I'm playing Sal. My name's Bob, or Doc Shoulder. He's an elf wizard, 3rd level. He is from the city of Greyhawk. He trained with a group of mages there. He was his parents were elves from the Vespi that went on a mission to go find or venture to go find a stolen relic, and then had Sal stay with people that were in the city of Greyhawk while they were on their mission or adventure, and then they were ambushed, killed, and left Sal orphaned. And so he grew up basically learning magic from the mages that took him in. But his goal for adventuring is to go search out the relic and also potentially the people who killed his parents.
Excellent. And last we have Thraskin.
Hello, my name is Chris. I'm playing Thraskin Stonehill. He is a dwarven cleric of Muamon Duathel. He spent most of his time in the city of Relmord, plying his clerical trade, being Muamon Duathel being the deity of dwarven deity of expatriates and travelers, wanderers, and adventurers and such. He decided to finally go out and put his money where his mouth is and head off to do some adventuring himself. So,
Okay, fantastic. So the party are newly minted members of the Company of the Sundered Shield, operating out of the city of Ragby on the south coast of Nyrond. It is one of the oldest venturing companies in the kingdom, newly reformed, new leadership, and they're trying to reestablish their name. So the party was sent west to the fishing town of Pellis on the Duntide River, just across from the Nat Marsh. There was talk of madness taking hold of some of the villagers, and the party has discovered that there are 5 men, 2 of which have returned to the town and are currently in cages suffering from madness. 3 that are missing, including the mayor of the town, as well as a priest of Palor who was not a member of the town but had offered his services in trying to figure out what was going on in the Nat Marsh and why it was scaring the children who, doing as children do, go exploring, trying to satisfy their curiosity. They managed to get one of the two townfolk in the cage to speak briefly, where they were warned of a woman by the name of Madrina who has a definite hold on them. They also found ritualistic markings that appear to either be part of or the source of a curse that had been inflicted on the 2 of them, and now there are fears of lycanthropy. The party has, at this point, it was late in the evening, or getting to be late in the evening, has retired for the evening, and we will begin the next day as the party decides what they would like to do. Is there anything that have you change your spells as needed, if you wish, and really, honestly, if you wanted to have a discussion as far as how you want to approach this, please go for it.
Well, one of them said that when we were asking questions, he said that they were 3 or 4 miles down the trail. That's not very far from here. But he may have been delirious, so who knows?
I'm a little leery that they all seem enchanted by this woman. I want to get some beeswax. Maybe I could stuff it in my ears because it might be some sort of woods creature singing a song and getting all these people all charmed, and then she goes and puts her mark on them.
We probably got some candles.
There you go. The woods are creepy. Marsh is woods with water on
And,
the ground. It's even creepier.
Wax your bowstring with beeswax. So I'm sure we've got some.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm not going to, but he can.
Hold on one second.
I think we should take off in the morning.
Have we ever determined why the guards face the town?
That's a good question.
It turns out the reason the guards are facing the town is so that nobody, especially children, attempt to go who shouldn't be, attempt to go over the bridge. They're there to
They've got
protect the townsfolk from themselves.
Robert, they have a bridge that leads over into a dangerous swamp. Is there trade that goes through this dangerous swamp that goes through the village?
Trade going through the dangerous swamp?
Were they collecting resources from this swamp?
Exactly.
As it was, the bridge was more for the purpose of the buildings on the far side.
Mhm.
Real estate, in terms of the town, the fishing village, let's put it this way: it was a failure or lack of central planning
Mhm.
when they realized that, hey, making this a actual fishing village as a full on trade as opposed to just using the river to sustain us might be a way to go. And by the time that they realized that there wasn't a good place on this side of the river to build the necessary facilities for storing and processing the fish, as well as places such as things for repairing the fishing boats.
Mhm.
So a bridge was built, and on the far side, that is where they decided to build the rest of the structures that they needed. Which is why there's only 4 of them on the far side, and most of pretty much the entire town otherwise is on this side of the river.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
suggest we sack out, and in the morning we head out.
See what wonderful gruel they have for breakfast here.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll bet they give us a morning fresh fish stew.
Oh yeah.
I'll go up and
Bouillabaisse.
do my evening exercises and then go to bed. Shave my head.
Okay. Yeah. So, dinner. We call it. You are fed a hearty dinner, and in the morning, there is porridge. There are still some dried fruits are offered. There's also
Milk.
goat's milk. There is also some fish. A bit of actually, they for this morning they some baked fish, possibly trout. You're not entirely sure.
Did they get any eggs?
Yes, they do.
I'm going to eat eggs. After yesterday, I can't stomach the thought of fish.
They're glances at you every so often, and it's hard to tell whether she's biting her tongue or trying hard to just ignore, because it's a fishing village. She's acting mayor of a fishing village.
Leif
No
is adding.
offense attended.
Leif is adding the salted fish to his eggs.
I add some cheese to my eggs.
All right.
Smoke me some
And-
kippers. I'll be back for breakfast.
And you have a hearty breakfast. She does make sure that you are well taken care of and that you have enough food for what's to come. And she looks at the lot of you and says, "Please, I hope you are able to find my husband and the others, and may you all come back safely."
That is our hope as well, ma'am.
May we advise that you keep the two you have under better restraint and guard?
We will certainly do that. All right.
So Hans will suggest on marching order. Perhaps we keep the spellcasters out of harm's way, sandwiched in the middle. The big strong man in the front and the big strong man in the back.
I'll be the big strong man in the front since I'm the ranger anyway. So
That's what I was going to suggest.
And I will, before we get going, I will offer a prayer to for Muaman Duathel to guide our feet and protect us on our
Okay.
journey.
Quick question: who is the big strong man in the front?
the ranger.
All right, so
The
Alistair's in front.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably I'll be the point man and go up a little further ahead of the rest of the group.
All right, AFK for just one moment while I help my wife with something. I'll be right back.
All right.
Let me.
And before you go in the front,
I'm-
Alistair,
Yeah.
I just let you know that I have the ability to make you invisible if you see danger.
Uh-oh.
Apparently danger hit.
Hold on, my screen just froze. I heard you were able to turn me into invisible and then it froze. So what did I miss?
It wasn't you. It's Hans is actually frozen at the moment.
Okay.
That's a different spell that just
Yes.
was cast.
Yeah, right.
Stop
He
time.
That's
cast,
right, exactly.
I
It's a
think he
much
casts
higher
invisibility
level
on
wizard
himself.
Spell, but
He just cast paralysis on himself.
Yeah.
I'm going to string my short bow, and I'm going to be carrying that in my hand while we are moving forward.
And Sal will just kind of move into position kind of in the middle of the pack and won't really say much. He just wants to get going and kind of
Dropped
start
completely.
moving.
And
All
I'll
right.
probably be second in order.
I'm back. I don't know why my internet got cut off.
You were casting invisibility.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, in the event that you need me to cast invisibility, just let
Uh-oh.
Here he goes again.
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm pretty stealthy as it is, but I could use any help I can get.
All right. In the event that you need to do that, I'm available. Just come back and let me know.
Now, I heard you say invisible, but was there some other caveat after that?
Oh yeah, I just said maybe try to just call back to me and I can cast invisibility.
You got to touch me to cast it.
Let me just see.
I don't think so. I'm
Line
pretty
of
sure
sight.
just in sight.
Yes,
I
I think
Okay.
so.
oh really?
Okay, if I needed you to, I'll hold my hand up and make some weird gesture with my left hand.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Dale, you're right.
Yeah, it's touch.
Okay, then I won't do that, but I am pretty stealthy as it is.
All right, let me. I tried to do it without having to like move everyone, but it didn't work. Because get that
Who's pulling up
reordered.
second behind the ranger?
I can do that.
Okay, I'll pull up third then.
Do I need to be a certain distance ahead of the party to
40 feet, right?
to be sneaky, or will that be all right?
I mean, being 20 to 30 feet or 30 feet ahead probably wouldn't hurt.
That would be good. And I readied my longbow. I mean my short bow.
All right, so hold on a second. Let me make sure that I have this right. I've got Alistair in front. Lagamundo is after Alistair,
Correct.
and then Leif is after Lagamundo.
Correct.
And Thraskin, you're bringing up the rear?
And Lagamundo reaches into his reaches onto the side of his sack where you've noticed that there are 3 wooden rods about 3.5 roughly feet across, and attaches them with a clever thing, and he's essentially got a 10-foot pole with him.
Oh,
Going into a swamp, I don't want us to fall into some water and not be able to pull somebody out. All right, I'm going into sneaky quiet mode here.
Uh,
I can tell you came from a will game last night.
either that or he signed up for a Stephen Chenault adventure.
we had a
True.
3-piece 10-foot pole that screwed together in our last party.
It's a really handy device. There's a guy selling these in Real Mod for 2 gold pieces. Pretty good price.
I mean, time was every party, no party, self-respecting party went anywhere without one. So,
Mhm.
Right.
especially in a dungeon, got to find this pit trap somehow without falling in first.
Well, plus we'd used 2 of them to build a pawl to pull out things that we had found.
Hold on one quick second, because. Huh. All right. Yeah. So you take off and head across. Oh, there it is. All right. Excellent. Uh, you head across the bridge and start making your way in towards the direction of the Nat Marsh. It isn't long before maybe 20 minutes after you've crossed the bridge and gone past the other structures. Before you start to make your way through the tree line. At the outer edges, the Nat Marsh is more forest than swamp. Um, the changeover is gradual. Let's see. So Alistair is how far ahead are you?
About 30 feet. Still line of sight.
And just getting some stuff organized.
If we come to any curves or bends, I'll slow down and wait for them to.
Okay. So, quick question for you: what are you doing? Or is there anything in particular you're doing while you're in the process of leading the party?
Well, it was over a week since they came through here, so that there wouldn't be any. Well, look for any fresh tracks that would be there. Obviously, wouldn't be the people we're looking for. Well, it could be, and keep an eye on the foliage up ahead. Any movement, glints of flashes of metal, anything that would be noticeable.
Hmm.
Avoid being surprised.
All right.
Look up in the air every once in a while.
So as you head through, the sounds of the swamp are, even at this point, the sounds of the swamp are plentiful. There is the sounds, unfortunately, the sounds of various insects about, some buzzing and such. You do hear the occasional splash of things jumping in and out of puddles or pools of water, even though right now the trail you're on seems to be mostly dry. Um, there is the sound of things flying through the trees, whether they're birds or bats or whatever the case may be, is not entirely clear. You think you get the occasional glimpse of bats flying around some fruit trees, possibly looking to uh, pick up the insects that eat at the fruit. Um, give me a tracking check. Give me a yeah.
Okay. 19 plus 4, 23.
Okay. All right. You do find relatively fresh tracks. The tracks, however, are not human tracks. They're not necessarily animal tracks. They look. They kind of remind you of webbed feet.
Like small, like a duck or a goose, or big?
Um, bigger than a duck. Give me an intelligence check.
Noticing Alistair pause, I'm going to slow down the party.
I'm going to actively kind of try to perceive just around me, but I'm going to stop walking.
Well, I rolled it's a secondary, but I did roll a 20.
Kind of reminds you of frog feet.
Okay,
What strikes you though is whatever is here, the way the tracks are, they don't look to have been hopping.
I'll kind of hang back to the rest of the group and mention that there's some tracks of some humanoid frogs or giant frogs, but they're not hopping.
In a swamp? I find that hard to believe.
Big tracks, though. But this is very close to town, though, right?
We're going to say that you've actually been making your way. It's not. You've been going for a bit at this point. You're maybe like a mile into a mile or a couple miles into the trees.
So we're about halfway of where he told us he might have disappeared. Okay.
Yeah.
When you say tracks are big like
big,
your size or even larger?
Yeah, we're talking more like the suspicion that you have is they might be the size of a human.
Did it look like a regularly traveled path where it's used often, or something that was fresh and only used this once?
It would have been fresh because I'm a low-level ranger.
Yeah, it's relatively fresh.
Was there brush disturbed to either side where it looked like more of a trail, though?
Nobody travels this way anyway. The townspeople avoid it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Except the creatures that live in the swamp.
And yeah, and those who are willing to, dare themselves to come out here.
I'm just trying
Uh,
to make sure we're not crossing a regular route of travel.
Hans, if it'll draw
you
his
note that
head-
along the side there are a couple of branches on some of the shrubs look to have been broken.
The footprints were leaving the track then into the woods.
They look to have been heading in your direction, and then you realize that they headed to either side of the trail
So there's
into
tracks
the
on both.
into the
There's
brush.
footprints on both sides of the track.
Yes.
So they heard us coming and split up.
Who's bringing up our rear?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Or
Rest.
they're just hiding to waiting for us to go past.
Yeah, I'll take out one of my light hammers in case anything comes running out to throw it at it. But keep my eyes peeled back here.
I've also declared taking out my dagger as well.
All
Get my
right.
weapon and shield already.
So
I guess I should have asked the townspeople about the local monsters.
Wildlife, yeah.
So with that being
Yeah,
said,
it's like we have some allied frogmen nearby. They're really good friends of ours.
Do you have idea from the tracks? Do you have idea of numbers?
That there's at least two.
There's at least two. Okay.
Both they went on both sides of the road.
you want to do a little bit more searching to see if you can pick up any additional.
Oh yes,
You're gonna go ahead of us again, or
I'm
do you
going
want one
off
of us
to
to come
the.
up with you?
Who else is sneaky and stealthy?
I can move silently. I just don't know how well I'll do in direct combat just yet.
I'm
Well,
sneaky and
that'll
silent.
that'll work. That's probably as good as I am.
All right. As you search for additional, you note that you also find two more. You think you found two additional sets of tracks, not from the same, from the same type of creature, but not the same as the two that you were tracking earlier.
Okay.
And
Oops,
what
sorry.
appear to be two other sets of tracks that are also like web feet, but different. These look more like they strike you more as giant toads.
So now there's at least 5 of them, and 2 of them are giant toads, and the others are humanoids.
And with my
Mhm.
knowledge of nature, would I be able to identify these?
Give me an intelligence check.
A wisdom check?
No,
Nature
because
lore?
no, this is the intelligence.
Encyclopedic knowledge.
A 1.
It's a duck.
Something is pounding on the back of your head, and you realize that it's just a mosquito. Trying to burrow into your skull, and it's not working very well.
Yes. As soon as you said intelligence, I know it was done.
Oh. So let's do that. Give me the what do you call it? Let's see, half elf and the elf. Give me a wisdom check.
See?
Yep.
I need new dice. 1. So that
Okay,
is not good.
It's prime, so it's going to be 9 plus 2 plus 3. So it's going to be 14.
Leaf, you are hearing rustling on the brush on either side.
I give warning to the party with a hand wave.
I got a 22.
I'm gonna crouch down to try to get myself a little bit of cover.
All right.
Turn around and say, "Get your sleep spells ready."
I'll get my shield out.
At the realization that the The jig is up. And you can see it on either side. Crashing out of the underbrush. By the way, if you are able to look at the stream right now, you shall see that from either side from the underbrush spring 4 frog-like men. Otherwise, those of you who are familiar with them recognize them as bullywugs, each with a giant toad. And
How are the bullywugs armed?
the bullywugs are armed with spears. And they're staring. Alistair, you're kind of out in front at the moment. They're before you, and they're staring at you rather intently. Not yet attacking, though.
I'm gonna, in common, I don't know that many. I don't know bullywug. I'm say we come in peace.
It never occurred to me to check to see what bullywugs can speak. Peace. Once you hear the front one croak. What peace?
Friends.
We listen. And you see the others staring at each other, and you realize that the one that you're talking to, which is the one to Alistair's left, if you're looking at the map, it's like the one that would be directly
Straight
below
down.
him. You're not entirely sure that the other ones understand, but you hear him croak something at them, and they're looking kind of agitated, but they hold. Why are you in our lands?
We're hunting a witch.
Witch? You hunt witch?
Yes.
Huh? You know with witch?
Nadiran.
Say, Madrina.
Nadrina.
Don't say her name. Don't say her name. And
Well,
the other ones are
froggy
yeah.
man.
The other ones are getting really agitated, and he turns to, and they calm down just a little, but they don't know much, but they know that name apparently.
Leif just goes into a crouch so as not to appear too hostile.
Yeah,
Oddly enough, when you do that, the three that are not talking follow suit.
Cool. Well, I'll crouch down too.
I'm a dwarf. I'm already
Crotchety and crouching.
Low. How low can you go? Oh boy. All right. Yeah.
I use my elven empathy and try to smooth my way through the conversation.
Okay. That definitely helps. Give me a charisma check.
Boy. Do I even?
Who
have
said
a
oi?
voice in
Alistair,
it?
did you not? Don't say oi, Alistair. You're going to do great. We're going to do
17.
great things.
Yeah, don't jinx myself.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought Oi was bullywug for something.
Mhm.
So
It could
so
be.
let's put it this way: you didn't hurt yourself. Or you're standing. She, which bad, bad.
I'll nod. Yes, very bad.
She, her, they, she take our land. She take our clearing. She take her food for herself, her followers.
She take our men from the village too.
Mm.
Where is she? We'll go get her.
In a moment of perfect clarity, the Bullywug says, "We know like men. That's okay, but well, no, then they become problem too."
Now he's going to be a philosopher. Okay.
Mhm.
Where's she at?
Oh, he takes a spear and he points at you, and you see him turn around and ah ah oh oh hmm. How explain? Uh uh big tree, rotted. You see.
Mhm.
Path. Little hidden. Uh, uh, take path. Clearing. There be clearing. You see. She, she have home. No like, not
Mhm.
natural. She bring thing. Big wheel.
Wheel.
Well, two wheel, and horse, but horse no there, no more,
Wagon.
no
Okay.
more.
Cart.
Yes. Cart, wagon, cart. Okay.
Did any of you guys snap some of that dried fish back in town?
Are you yelling this back to us from where we are?
It's kind of muttering. It's like, anybody bring any food? Any real food? Oh, I'll toss them some food. Whatever rations I got. I should have grabbed some fried fish back in town, but I'll say thank you and toss him a piece of meat.
Welcome. And you see them like taking the food, and they're like sniffing it, and they're very tentative bites, and okay. You kill witch. We let you go past. Yes.
Good. Thank you.
We no bother.
Damn it! Should have poisoned the fish.
Yeah, no, you managed to get past the bullywugs. Nicely done. So we'll go back to a regular thing for the moment.
And then we turn around and shoot them all in the back.
Right.
Oh man. All
Murder
right.
hobo's gonna murder hobo.
This is for sure. Yeah. So you're traveling probably another half hour. The ground is still relatively firm. It's not it's not wet though each footprint, each footfall leaves a deeper mark than before.
Mhm.
At some point, you actually pick up, Alistair, the what looked to be the foot impressions heading back towards town. Two sets of impressions. The tracks look old though,
Mhm.
so you think it might be Alec and Matthew.
That was at least a week ago, right?
Yeah, they're. It's just the fact that this ground is soft enough, and there hasn't been any heavy rains to wash it out.
Okay.
That the football, the impressions still stay.
I'll tell the group Alec and Matthew passed through here over a week ago, just over a week ago.
You brought up a good point, though, Rob. I've been using trackless step and woodland stride through this terrain.
Okay.
You're walking on top of the mud.
I'll
Nice.
never know how many of us there are.
Exactly.
All right. Just as you're beginning to wonder whether or not the Bullywug's directions were worth the damn, you do find a giant tree. It there's still long leaves on it, but there's definitely the sense of decay. There's it just looks sickly.
You did say it's autumn now, though, right?
It is autumn.
But the leaves haven't fallen yet.
No, not here.
Okay.
Well, you don't have any half orcs. Everybody, give me a wisdom check.
Anything to add to that?
Just your
Like-
level and your modifier.
Level and modifier. Okay.
Lexfire, thank you so much for the subscription.
That's a 15
11.
15 prime or
total.
no prime?
Prime.
Prime. Yeah, you're the druid. Okay.
15 prime for me as well.
All right.
Well, I failed it
12,
by
not
failed
a
it by
prime.
1.
I'm sorry, Lagamundo, what was that?
12, not a prime.
All right. Alistair?
It's a prime, but if I needed a 12, I failed it by 1.
Okay,
Uh,
go ahead, Hans.
19, but I don't know whether it's prime or not because I'm a wizard, not a cleric, and I have level 3. So does that turn it up to 22?
It does turn it up to 22. So Hans, Leaf, and Thrask, and you notice at first, they're even beyond the tree that is sickly. There is a growing smell of rot and decay. Now the swamp, it's definitely gotten swampier. The forest portion of it has turned more towards a moss covered moss covered rocks. But even so, there is a pungent odor that hits the three of you first.
Leif puts out his hand to the party immediately and says, "There's something here that smells worse than the food in town."
Ooh.
And make a sour face.
Smells like a nasty bog around here. Can you smell it?
Something died or is dying.
Smells like death, yes.
I'll crouch and break down my 10-foot pole, put it away. Now,
Coming
using
has
my,
somebody fallen
did you
'cause of
say it was coming
quicksand?
from the vicinity of the big tree?
Your first thought was the tree itself was the scent, sort of smell, but it's more coming. You do notice the path. If it hadn't been pointed out to you, you might have possibly gone past it if you weren't looking for it. But you're able to uncover the path that the bullywug was talking about. But yeah, it's in that general, in that general direction. It's a heavier scent than the rest.
I'm going to use my sense of listening to see if I can hear anything coming from that direction.
Give me a 20-sided die. It's a wisdom check.
And do we happen to see a wagon or a cart in the distance? Or in the area?
Not from here, no.
Okay.
That's a 17 total, and that's prime.
17 total and prime. Honestly, it's quieter than you expected today. You know that despite the decay, there's plenty of life that should be thriving in that type of environment, and you're honestly not even hearing much in terms of insect life.
Okay. So to the party, there's an unsettling silence ahead of us.
Hmm.
I will get my small shield and light hammer out.
Okay.
Do I identify anything unusual about the tree itself? Otherwise,
As you're examining the tree, and you're a druid, so I'm not even going to have you roll for this. You're having a hard time figuring out why. The tree is definitely ill, but it's not like it's not a tree that, as far as you can tell, should be suffering in this manner. It's not like a really old tree. You're not finding any of the known illnesses that might affect the foliage. And even the leaves themselves don't look sickly. They look fine, but it's almost as if it's attacking the one side of the tree itself.
so you notice the perplexity on my face as I'm looking at this tree, and I point out that there's definitely something wrong about this tree as well.
Is the foliage on that same side of the tree looking ill as well?
Yeah, everything has, some of the plants are wilted. There's no sign of any of the types of flowers one might expect to find. Everything just and the closer you get to it, the heavier the smell of rotting vegetation becomes.
In that direction or from the tree?
In that direction.
Okay. I think that's the way to go, guys.
Sounds
Unfortunately.
wise. I will pull out a bow and string it. Short bow.
All right.
Assume the marching order again.
You want me to go ahead 30 feet, or do you want to stay closer together?
That's a good question, Rob. What's our visibility like if he moves ahead of us 30 feet? Will we still be able to see him? Or is there so much foliage now?
At the moment, because the path looks like it twists and turns a bit, it won't take all that long for him to get ahead of you and not be visible.
Gonna just stay visible. Just stay in view of them, not go further.
Mm-hmm. All right. Alistair, what do you, in terms, as you're going through the foliage, give me an idea, or along the path, give me an idea of what you're doing.
Well, I've got my short bow in my left hand. My right hand's got an arrow. I'm just making sure I keep my footing and looking ahead at the ground, looking for any more blighted areas that are worse than the others.
Okay. Um, give me a wisdom check.
$17.
Is that prime or non-prime?
Yes, it is a prime.
It is a prime. All right. And give me a dexterity check.
Oh boy. 18 plus my dexterity bonus. I think that's a 2 or a 3. I've lost my character sheet.
Okay. Yeah, you're fine. As you're going, you suddenly pull up to a halt, and you manage to do so in such a manner that the rest of the party doesn't like knock into you.
Yeah.
You recognize it early enough and safely enough. There is very loose ground. The path itself, you recognize that it is not quite quicksand or that type of thing, but it's a muddy patch of indeterminate depth.
Like a bog of some
Yeah,
sort.
and it takes up like a full 10 feet worth of the path.
Okay, I'll point that out to the rest of the group. This isn't where the effect is emanating from, but they'll keep going beyond that.
No, it still goes beyond that.
Okay, we just need to go around this sunken area, or does it?
Sounds good. Let's do that.
Does this look brackish and undisturbed, or does it look like it's been disturbed recently?
Now that you mention it, it looks undisturbed. You note, as a matter of fact, when you look, you realize that it looks like the last time this area was disturbed was possibly somebody having jumped from one side to the other.
And does it look successful? Like there are footsteps continuing on the other side, or is that where the footsteps end?
As you look down, you realize that the footsteps might have been coming in this direction. Again, possibly Alec and Matthew.
Oh, okay.
So we could probably leap across and then throw the dwarf over.
Are we able to just walk around it?
It would require cutting out some of the, basically, it would just hold you up a bit. It wouldn't be
make some noise too, wouldn't it?
Yeah, chopping through some of the vegetation.
How far of a jump is it? Of course, I guess if these two Touts guys can make it, we probably could too.
Conservatively, it looks like 10 feet.
So they probably swam across.
I'm up for the jump if everybody else is.
Seems a bit far for me.
It seems to be a bit far for me too.
How far is it?
10 feet.
10 feet?
10 feet conservatively.
Oof. Could it be swum, or is it actually dry enough to be a pitfall? I can't.
It looks too thick to be, and again, it's not 100% clear that how, as far as the depth of it, it's soft enough that if somebody walked or tried to walk through it, it basically filled itself back. That's kind of, actually, it's one of the things that gave it away, is the fact that you were seeing Alistair, you were seeing the tracks coming back in your direction,
yeah,
and then they just disappeared suddenly. and you see the tracks continuing on the far side.
Okay.
So it looks like, I mean, based on my knowledge of nature with woodland stride, should I be able to cross this safely then without having to take much of a leap? Or
Woodland Stride. Wow. Let me see what the limits of
While you're
that are.
looking at is a floating disc would work. Would that get our party across?
I have a floating disc.
As long as none of you are over the weight requirement for floating disc.
I think
Let
it's
me double check.
1,000 pounds.
Or he could use it as a ferry and do a couple at a time.
Well, how far can the floating disc get from you?
I'm just
It
gonna check.
follows you.
I'm just checking right now.
My recollection is it follows
feet.
you at a certain distance. It's not something you can just send out on its own. Unless I'm remembering the spelling correctly.
Okay, so I've got it up right now. It says it creates a slightly concave circular plane of shimmering force that follows the caster about and carries equipment, treasure, or any other burden. It's 3 feet in diameter and can bring up to 1,000 pounds of weight or hold up to 2 gallons of fluid. Floats 3 feet above the ground at all times. It always remains level, although it may not travel faster than the caster normally walks. When the spell ends or the caster moves more than 50 feet away from the disc, it vanishes, dropping its contents. To cast the spell, the caster needs a small 5 gold piece glass or metal disc. So
Stop. It could follow you, or it could stop.
Right, but I mean, in theory, can I not so it has to follow me?
Or you can have it stop it as long as you stay within 50 feet of it.
Okay, well, I mean, I could just cast it and then, but then I don't think I can move it. I think it just follows me.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It's like a
It was
one-time.
designed to help carry treasure,
Mhm.
not to ride upon or send out as ahead of you.
It's not powerful enough to be like telekinesis and moving around and stuff like that.
So I do want to check on something because in case you, let's see.
I was curious if there's any like deadfall, like logs or branches that are lying around that are 10 feet long.
That you might be able to find. As a matter of fact, yeah, you are able to find from one of the trees that you passed nearby. It appears to have lost one of its branches, which might just fit the bill.
Well, that's good because we don't want to get wet.
So here's what we're going to do. I'm not going to make you roll for anything in terms of getting it in place because you've got enough people. However, I am going to ask. Well, how in terms of crossing, it's going to be still a little tricky crossing because the log itself has some moss on it. I'm going to have you each make a dex check as you cross. If there's any preparations you want to do ahead of time, please do.
Do my ability to scale help any?
No, that's climbing.
Yeah, I know. Climbing sideways.
No, mostly because of the fact that the log is not going to be quite wide enough. It's getting down on all fours and basically, I mean, if you really wanted to get down close and personal and straddle the thing, yeah, I guess.
No, I'm not going to do that. That's too undignified for a player character to do.
And Rob, just really quick, from what we can see from this distance on the other side, it looks like there are footsteps all on the ground on the other side. It's disturbed, like it's been well traveled, there's nothing else out of
Not,
place there?
not necessarily well traveled, but there are definitely footprints on the far side.
Okay.
I gathered that it was Alex and Matthew when we checked earlier.
Well, I'll go first.
Do we add our level on attribute rolls?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless I specifically tell you otherwise, add your level on attribute rolls.
Okay.
I wasted a natural 20 scurrying across.
Vagamundo Grace is the epitome of grace as he makes his way across the log, not nary a foot out of place. Perfect balance, just poetry in motion.
I got a total of a 17.
Alistair is sure-footed as he makes his way across.
May I take a rope, tie it around me very quickly, throw it onto the other side for Lagamundo to grab,
I've got
And
your
I-
rope, and I pull it taut.
and I
Absolutely.
will gingerly,
And he
as
slings
a
you
wizard
across.
would, as a wizard would, attempts to cross with the log with a 12.
Is dexterity a prime for you?
When you say it's a prime, does that mean that there's a black dot under the P?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, all right. You're able to make it across.
Excellent. I will untangle the rope and offer to pass it to another player.
I got a 13 prime.
All right. Leif, you're able to make it across.
And Sal got a 17 prime.
All right. And we just waiting for our dwarf.
You say you do add the level?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then it is 18 not.
18 not prime, good enough. It wasn't the trickiest thing in the world. It was not even given a just challenge level 0, but you managed to make it across. So at this point, as you continue, after another half hour of travel, the underbrush has gotten kind of thick. It's impeding the path a bit, slowing things down.
Oh,
I need Sal, Sal and Hans to. Wait, not Sal and Hans. Who's the half elf?
there's two of us, I think.
Oh,
Correct.
Leif.
I need Sal and the two half elves to give me a wisdom check.
17 not prime.
All right.
15 prime, and don't forget I also have woodland stride through rough terrain like this.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 13 prime.
All right. All three of you can hear voices coming from just up ahead around the bend.
Okay. Warn the party, of course.
And they sound like male voices.
The bow out.
Who had the Leaf? You had a 15 prime.
Mhm.
Leaf. It sounds like they're after close listen. You get the feeling that the male voices are chanting.
Mm-hmm.
Do I recognize any of the vocalizations or words that I could send back to the rest of the people here?
The most of the words, it's in a language that does not sound familiar to you. As a matter of fact, for a while you're not entirely sure it is a language, but then you hear the name Madrina spoken aloud as part of it. And at some point, almost as a chorus, they say her name multiple times.
So, Alistair, I'm gonna offer you an invisibility if you want to go and explore like closer.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, I'm gonna cast invisibility on the ranger.
I'll be right back, Rob.
Okay. So, Alistair, you go up ahead, and weirdly enough, as you go around the bend, it's almost as if the rot that has overtaken this part of the swamp ends. As a matter of fact, the area that you're looking at, you find yourself looking at a clearing that it almost as if the swamp suddenly ended here, and it strikes you more as a forest glade. There is a cart, a covered, not even a cart, a covered wagon, but not like cloth covered, like a full on wooden structure that one might actually use as a domicile. And it's sitting at basically the one end of the clearing, just south of, and I'll show you on the map shortly. To the west of that, and closer to the center of the clearing, you see three men. Their clothes are worn, kind of ragged, but not in the shape that the two that were in the pens back in town were found to be in. And they're forming, well, at this point, pretty much a triangle. Looking at each other, their hands up in the air as they stare. They take time staring up at the sky and then at each other while they're doing their chanting.
Okay.
How many of them are there? I know that would be getting this through through
Three.
our ranger. But there's three.
Yes.
Okay. I will sneak back and tell them what I saw. As you hear my invisible voice come out of nowhere.
So there was no sign of this Madrina.
No.
Yeah, she's standing right behind us.
Mm-hmm.
They did say that she would come to us, right?
Eventually.
How far away is this group chanting?
So from where Alistair got to the when he got to the clearing, they were chanting maybe some 25, 30 feet from him.
Mm-hmm.
And Alistair, how close, from what Alistair is telling us, how close we have to get to have visibility?
It was an open glade.
Okay.
Do you think we want to talk to them or just put them down? Because if they're not gonna, if there's no value in talking to them, then I mean, I think low level. It looks like they're just simple humans that we could just put them to sleep.
Unless they could tell us where she's at immediately, but they probably won't.
By the way, I do have a quick question. Does anyone here have a hard stop at the top of the hour?
No, I was going to say, I can go over an extra half.
I have another event that starts right then.
I
Actually,
I have to I do have to take off actually.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, to speed it up for some people, I have an idea. What I'd like to do is sneak up silently, get as close as I can to stay out of visibility, and open a sinkhole beneath them. Unless the
How
party
deep?
disagrees on that tactic.
how deep is that sinkhole? Is it going to drown them?
10 to 20 feet.
Okay, it's just a pit. Okay.
So it'll at least keep them away from us as a hazard.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. And then we could get close to them and potentially charm one of them to give them us some information.
Oh boy, that's good.
Okay. All right, Rob, that's our plan.
Is it just these two guys in the open glade,
It was three.
Three.
Wasn't it?
Three.
or
Yeah.
3 of them, and nobody else around?
Well, there was the
There was-
domicile cart, whatever.
Okay.
I could have peeked in there to look further, I guess.
All right. So the sinkhole.
Open sinkhole, correct.
The sinkhole opens, and hold on a second. I need to find something to mark a sinkhole because sinkholes were not on the list of props that I had planned.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. I mean, sinkhole.
How wide is that sinkhole?
It's a 10 feet in diameter, plus 5 feet per level, so that's going to be another 15 feet. So it's 25 feet.
Took the whole camp.
It's 10 to 20 feet, 1d2 times 10. As far as the depth. They get a chance to do a deck save on that.
Let's see. Like trying to resize.
And
this
if they
thing.
fail, of course, they take falling damage. Try not to hurt
if
them.
it's 25 feet across,
How deep?
where are they going to jump to? They're still in a pit.
Yeah.
How deep is it?
That's at the determination of Rob, I'm guessing, because it's one, unless it's a 1d2 times 10 is what it's saying.
Yeah. All right, cool. In that case, let's go. The three of them disappear with a startled yelp into the sinkhole, and with that, we are going to go to the scene.
Just waiting for this Disney commercial to go away.
So
there we go. Oh, good sinkhole.
You hear a voice come out from the far side of the cart. So definitely a woman's voice. Okay. I've got. Hold on a second. People in the wrong spots. So. Okay.
Somebody's summoning Cthulhu in the chat.
And you hear, "Who dares disturb my glade? Who dares hurt my precious things?"
And is this voice within sight anywhere?
No, it's currently being blocked by the cart. Oh, come, my children.
I'm gonna stick
Come.
wax in my ears at this moment.
Yeah, I was hoping that the cart would be at the pit too, but it's too far away.
As soon as I heard a woman's voice, I'm gonna leave it.
Come, my children. Come help me investigate. And you see scurrying out of The trees
Creeping doom.
are a whole bunch of
Bullywugs.
giant rats.
Rats. Oh, great.
Rats.
And I might need to do that a little so that you can see everything. There we go.
And
now
they're,
have to
and they're
navigate a
spread
sinkhole.
apart.
Sorry, guys, I'm not seeing all of this.
It's on the Twitch.
Oh, it's on the Twitch stream. Sorry.
Oh, it's on the Twitch stream. Okay, I'm gonna try to do it on my phone.
Yeah,
can I
it's
get
more so that I
action?
can tell where. So when you ask me where things are, I can tell you.
No,
easily.
fair enough.
I wonder if. Let's see. Can we?
This is actually my first time using a VTT for a stream, so.
Oh, that's great. Okay. And the those things that are surrounding us, those guys in the with the red circle around them, those are the rats, I'm assuming.
Giant rats.
Those are giant rats, yes.
Good news. We can paste them in chat. I just pasted the image there.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
And there is something I actually forgot to do. One book that I need to bring up.
All right.
Yes.
Do you want to go over our actions while we're waiting, Rob?
At this point, we are going to roll initiative.
For initiative.
For initiative, I am not doing group initiative. I want each of you to roll a d10. You're not adding anything to it. We roll initiative each time. So roll your d10, and I will count down from 10. Just raise your hand when I call your number. So 10, 9. All right,
9.
Leaf.
Sorry.
Hans too.
Yeah, Hans is 9.
Okay. Hans, why don't you, since you're a caster, why don't you go first?
I'm preparing a sleep spell. And I'm readying it if that's possible to do in CNC.
Okay. You'd have to cast it at some point this round. By the way, you can move half your movement rate and still either attack and cast a spell. So
I'm glad to see other people using that rule.
Huh?
I said I'm glad to see other people using that rule.
Yeah, I'm not. Listen, casters have enough going against them in this game. I'm not having you have to stand there and in order to cast. It's
So
cool.
I'm going to be in the back of the group, and I'm readying a sleep spell, which I will cast before the end of the round.
Okay. So Leaf, what are you doing?
Okay, I'm assuming I need visibility of Madeira before I cast anything on her, so
yes,
I'm going to try to move silently to the southeast to go around that other edge of the wagon and prepare jumble speech.
All right. So, do you want to start preparing it for do jumble speech next round, or
as soon as I get within visibility of her? Yeah, I want to cast that on her.
Okay, so we'll move you the full 30 this round then. All right. Let's see. That was 9-8. Go ahead, Sal.
Sal's going to cast shield on himself.
All right. Do you want to move at all?
I think. Let's see. From the rats, one. Those are 5 feet or 10 feet blocks.
5.
Rob, my movement rate was also reduced because of move silently, so I don't know if you wanted to move me the full 30 or not.
He will, Sal will actually stay where he is, but he's gonna cast shield on himself.
All right. Does he? 7, 6. All right. Lagamundo.
Legamundo is just gonna take a bead at the rat over here at the north end. If I,
What's your-
assuming I can see that one.
The one that I'm marking now.
Yeah, that one. And
Okay.
he's gonna shoot a short bow at it.
So what's your movement rate at this level? Still 30 or 35?
35.
So I'll give you half plus, so 5, 10, 15. I'll give you the 20. And go ahead.
All right, firing. Ooh, nat 17, dirty 20.
That's going to hit.
Nice.
And just flat D6, right?
Yes.
Making sure I had a GM who let us add decks in there, and I was like, okay, I'll take it. 5 points of damage, sir.
Well, giant rats are not the hardiest of creatures.
Wee.
And as such, that rat bites the bullet. Thraskin.
Into the pit.
I take it the two figures, that the one in yellow and green, are the two wizards, right?
Yes. Correct.
I will move half to kind of get in between any possible rats and them, kind of, I guess, 15 feet to the southwest.
So I think dwarven movement rate is 20.
Oh,
It
okay,
is.
so 10. That's right. Yeah, I'll move 10 and cast Bless.
Who are you casting Bless on?
You
I
can
think
get all
it's-
of us from here.
I think it's everybody. It's like a 50-foot square.
All right, and let them know what the Bless gives them.
Everybody gets a +1 to hit, +1 on saving throws against fear.
Okay, and just a reminder, each of you have a regular and a special hero point available to you.
That's right.
All right, in that case, I think the only person left is Alistair.
Yeah, I rolled a 3.
Well, you go before the rats do, so.
Okay, that's good. Move half my movement directly west, 15 feet, I guess, and fire one arrow at the topmost rat across the pit.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. Find my bonus. Here we go. $15.
15 is going to hit.
D6 for damage. 5.
Again, rats, not big on health.
And Robert, I don't
And
know.
I did,
if
and I didn't
wait
even add
for-
that +1 from the bless spell.
I don't know if I have to wait for the rats to go before I lose my turn, but what I want to do is I want to kind of cast my sleep after the rats move.
Okay. And the rats are about to move. Hold a second. Just checking the movement. Yep. 15. Okay. What's the range on your sleep spell?
Let's check. I think it was
Thought it was a pretty big one, but I could be wrong.
Range is 150 feet,
Yeah,
Nice.
that's what I thought.
and it's
All
in
right.
a 30-foot diameter circle.
So you may even take her out completely.
Yeah, so I'm like, if I can just, I'd like to kind of center the sleep on the wagon so it captures all 4 of those figures. Is that possible?
Yeah. I mean, if you can, if it's a diameter that you can place it, yeah.
It's probably only going to get the rats.
Well,
unless
that,
she's super low hit dice.
That sinkhole is 25 feet wide, right? So
Yes.
the radius would have to put that further out for the center. So that would be at the edge there.
Just don't get us. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what.
I don't
That's why I'm
I
saying
don't say
that.
anything. I
That's
got wax
exactly
in
why.
my ears.
Yeah, no, I don't want to get you guys, but I just want to get I want to try to hit the rats and the sorry, I'm looking at my phone because I'm trying to use my phone at the same time. I just want to get whatever's in that radius that's not the party. It might not get her because she's probably higher hit dice.
Mhm.
But at least the rats.
Yeah, it does not get her. I'm just going to take the rats off the table because, I mean, you know, they go to sleep. And you hear a voice, oh, that's much very, 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 very frustrating and not very, very nice. We could have been friends, but no, you put my lovelies in a pit.
I
You-
say, what?
And a young, well, a woman on a young woman. She can't be more than her more than mid-20s at the very most. Long jet black hair. Dressed in purple and black garments. Looks like robes and other coverings. She fixes her eyes on Alistair.
Oh boy.
And Alistair, I want you to make a saving throw.
That's by eye contact.
Damn it.
So much for the wax. Put wax in your eyes.
Yeah.
What?
Hold on a second.
A saving throw versus charm and probably.
Well, yeah, now that you mention it.
Hey, miss, get out of there. There's a witch around here.
Which means I
somewhere.
don't get a bonus, but do half elves get a +2 versus that?
I believe they get a big
Oh,
bonus
that's true.
versus
That's right.
charms.
Your half elf are, yes, actually. Wait, are you elven
No,
lineage
human.
or human?
You chose
Human
the human
lineage.
side though.
Yeah. I thought they got a +2.
Yeah, I think they do. I'll look.
I don't have my got too much stuff laying around here.
See, I get a +4 when it comes to that, but that could also be because I'm a druid as well.
Half elves of human lineage.
+2 bonus.
+2 versus
charm
charms and sleeps.
And actually, you're getting an additional +5 because you know that she's a threat, so it's +7.
plus my
Oh.
level.
And don't forget
Plus
the
level.
hero points or anything else you might want to use now.
Nah.
I'll
Still
laugh
want you
at that.
attacking
I
us.
wanna- I
That's
wanna be-
all.
I want to be charged so I can attack one of you guys. No.
Nice. I cannibalized my party yesterday, so I do not recommend this.
So I have a +10, and I rolled a 17, 27.
Nice.
Alistair, you look at her, and it's possible she might be the most attractive woman that you've ever
Give her a
seen in
wink.
your life, and you still want no part of that. You're like, nope, nope, nope. That's a hard nope.
I'm yelling out, she's not as good looking as you think she is.
What?
Let's put it this way. There's that whole thing about beauty being skin deep, and well, you know what she likes to do with skin.
Yeah.
You do note the rather nasty looking dagger that she had, a blade that she has in her hand. All right. In that case, roll initiative again.
Boy. Right down the middle.
All right. 10. Oh,
That's me.
okay. So, Hans, you go on 10?
Okay, so I'm just looking at the board here. Sorry, I just got multiple devices going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna light her up.
Fire.
All right.
I'm gonna light her up with a magic missile.
Magic missile. And at this level, you get 2 magic missiles, I believe.
Right.
That's correct.
Two shots. 2 magic missiles shoot forth from Hans' hand. Make a beeline for her, and as they get close to her, you note that something around her neck suddenly shines, and the missiles vanish as they get to her.
You got
I narrate this
roach
and
of
I
shielding.
Signal absorption.
I narrate this and I say it to the group as it happens. Can I roll an
What?
intelligence check on what's going on? Like, can I roll an intelligence check to see like
Yes,
what I
absolutely.
define of that? Cool. Natural 20.
Nice.
Yeah, you've heard. As a matter of fact, it's one of a wizard's favorite things.
Oh boy.
You've heard talk of the brooch of shielding, which allows you to basically get help against regular missiles and
Yeah.
completely negates magic missiles.
One of my
Beska
old
had one most
my
of the
old characters
campaign and
had
never
one of
got
those.
hit with one.
That's how that
and I
usually goes.
narrate and I narrate this as I'm discovering it to the group. As I'm thinking, I'm
You
like
got a brooch of
saying this.
shielding.
She's got this thing that's preventing like projectiles from hitting her.
So here's the thing. It's simultaneous. She goes on 10 as well.
Oh
And
no.
I'm not going to be cruel. I am going to roll a d6 because it's unfair to like shoot it back at you specifically because you shot her because it's simultaneous. So,
Well, I'm out of her field of vision still, right? Over by the cart.
as a matter of fact, you are. So, Alistair,
Yes.
because she's very annoyed at you that you rejected her advances,
Mm.
you're going to be both 1 and 2 on the chart. So I'm just going to roll d6.
That
So 1 and
checks
2 would
out.
be Alistair, 3 is Hans, 4 is Lagamundo, 5 is Sal, 6 is Thrasky.
Or she can run.
Oh, Sal, I've got some bad news.
She's like an elven wizard. How hot.
Oh, my wizards don't seem to be working out so well, Dale.
Um,
The good news is you're an elf, so you're like extra
Oh.
immune to I don't know if you're immune, but you got a huge bonus on charm.
well, this could have been worse. 9 points of damage.
Oh, magic missiles?
Yes.
Pew pew. No, wait. Sal cast shield. That sucks up magic missiles, doesn't it?
You might be right.
That's a good question. Let me look.
I think that's like the entire point of shields.
I think that
Yeah.
sucks it up completely.
see.
I think that was originally
Um,
created for that purpose. Yeah.
Yes, the spell blocks and provides complete immunity against magic missiles.
So Hans, in amusing, what do you call it? In
Laugh.
almost a moment of music, your just your pain at watching your magic missiles fly at her and come to nothing is met with a sudden joy of realizing that she chose not to shoot at you, but your companion instead, and the same thing happened to hers.
Sweet.
Magic missile ricochet. It's
All,
fantastic.
all these magic
okay,
missiles
well,
and
that's
nothing.
That's-
9,
positive.
8.
I have an
You have 8.
yeah.
Go for it.
Since I've seen everybody firing at her, it dawns on me slowly that she's not one of the victims. She must be the person we're after. And I'm slow about this because I put wax in my ears thinking I was going to be bright. So I'm going to shoot my short bow at her. And I'm going to move 50% of my distance towards her as well. And pew. I got a 17. Is that a hit? I know that shield gives you a good bonus to frontal, but I don't think it's above a 17.
No, I don't think so either. No, that's going to hit.
Right on. 6 damage.
Well, if the if the whole beauty being skin deep hadn't worn off by now, depending on how you feel about someone swearing like a sailor,
What?
let's put it this way: the sultry voice is gone, and shrieking cursing is now in effect as the arrow sinks into her shoulder.
I'm acting somewhat like Jeremy Renner in his Marvel role where he's just walking and firing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't seem to be a bit perturbed that I've got a bow out 10 feet from somebody.
By the way, Lagamundo, as you do that, you hear the sound of scratching and, well, actually, no, Alistair, you could, never mind, Lagamundo, you hear nothing. Alistair, you kind of hear the sound of scratching and shuffling from the side of the sinkhole, and it's pretty clear that the 3 that went in are trying to get out.
Okay. Do I see any head or arms coming over the lip?
Not yet.
Okay.
How deep was that sinkhole?
15 feet deep.
15.
Yep. So 7.
Oh, I was on 8 as well.
Oh, good.
Preparing. I'll move 10 more feet closer.
All right.
And I cast silence on her. That is a dexterity saving throw. Trying to attach that spell to her.
If that works, that's fantastic.
Hey, Robert, I got another event starting right now. I got to go.
Okay.
I gotta take off as well.
Thank you. You was good game.
Well, so really quickly, we're going to wrap this up right now. First of all, Troller Games, thank you very much for the 3 gift sub. It is very much appreciated.
Awesome.
Chuck, I'm assuming. The silent spell works because I rolled a natural 1.
Wonderful.
You're able to take her. Quick question: are you taking her alive or are you killing her?
I was going to take her alive.
If she's not fighting, I guess we'll have to take her alive.
Okay.
Yeah.
You take her alive. You're able to get her to remove the curse. The 3 that fell in would have been were-rats if they had managed to climb back out. So that was very, very clutch, taking them off the board immediately. So guys, thank you so much. And I am going to go back to, well, we're going to move to a stream ending thing. But I am going to do the giveaway shortly. So everybody, despite the fact that we're going to do stream ending, please hang in. Thank
If
you
I
to my
win, give it to
players.
one of the viewers.
Thank you so much for playing, and please
What?
enjoy the rest of the game, the rest of your day, and for the giveaway. Oh my goodness! Everyone, please. Apparently, Nightbot decided to spit up at some point and get rid of the active people. Please enter the giveaway. It is drawing. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good
Thank
day.
you, everyone. Thank you.
Nice meeting you. Had fun playing.
Yeah, could have done 5 hours easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
All right,
That's fun,
I will
though.
give it another. I'll give it another minute. Yeah, so I will write this up in World Anvil at some point, and I'll let you all know when it happens. I think it's because I made the mistake of moving away from the giveaway screen. I'm not entirely sure.
Is there experience for people who are going to keep playing?
There is going to be experience. Actually,
Awesome.
everybody's. All right. If everyone is entered, the first winner. Oh, got a couple more. I'm not using Streamlabs. I'm using Nightbot, and I'm still getting used to when Nightbot decides to, how finicky it gets. All right, first winner.
Lord Kasumba. Look at that.
Nice.
Second winner. That's weird. It decided to enter you. I don't know why.
That guy's got everything. He doesn't need anything.
Nightbot liked you for some reason. All right, so first winner. Real long shot.
Grats, long shot.
Grats,
Hey,
long shot.
Nice.
Jay, there's this box set called Altamira coming out. You might want to invest into that.
Second winner. Enoch Pratt.
Enoch, Tim, good job.
All right, so
Congrats, guys.
real long shot, and Enoch, I will. Well, Jay, are you going to be the one to get in touch with them when we have the codes, or Chuck? I'm not sure. Or should I give the names to Chuck? Excellent. All right, so cool. Enoch and real long shot. All right, so with that, we are going to raid Wargate Gaming. They are the next stream. Thank you to my players. Thank you to everyone who came out so early in the morning to watch us play. Your support was fantastic. I thank you for the gift subs, the regular, people who subscribe for themselves, the follows, the lurks, the watches, the chat. You were all wonderful, and it was such a pleasure running this game for my players and for all of you. Enjoy the rest of enjoy the rest of your day, and give Wargate Gaming a nice hello.